Looks like we're now live, so welcome everyone to the Committee on Taxation. We'll start with introductions, and we will start with Senator Pouliot.
Hey, good morning, everyone. State Senator Matt Pouliot, represent Senate District 15, the towns of Augusta, China, Oakland, Sydney, and Vassboro.
And Representative Bickford.
Good morning. Representative Bruce Bickford. I represent House District 63, which is part of Auburn.
Thank you very much. Representative Carmichael is here. Yep, go ahead.
Thank you, Senator. Good morning. I'm Representative Mickey Carmichael. I represent House District 137, which is 22 communities in Hancock, Washington, and Penobscot counties.
And Representative Gramlich is not able to be with us this morning. Representative Collins will be with us shortly. Representative Hanley, go ahead.
Thank you, Senator. Good morning, everyone. I'm Jeff Hanley. I represent District 87, which are the towns of Pittston, Alna, Wiscasset, and Randolph.
And Representative Stutkis.
Good morning, I'm Joel Stetkis. I serve the great people of District 105, which are the towns of Canaan, Palmyra, St. Albans, Heartland, Ripley, and Cambridge.
All right, Representative Matlock.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, all. I'm Ann Matlock. I represent House District 92, which includes the communities of Cushing, Thomaston, South Thomaston, St. George, Matinicus, Cree Haven, and the Muscle Ridge Islands.
And Representative Perry.
Yes, good morning. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm Joe Perry. I represent part of Orono and part of Bangor in the main house.
All right, and Representative Sachs, I believe, has to be in another committee. Representative Terry, go ahead.
Good morning. I'm Mo Terry. I represent District 26, the west side of Gorham, and I serve as House Chair. Good morning.
And I'm Senator Ben Chipman. I serve as Senate Chair and represent part of the city of Portland, known as Senate District 27. And we also have with us Lena Braun, who's our committee clerk, and Julie Jones, our committee analyst. So we are scheduled for work sessions on 4 bills we'll be taking up today, as well as the supplemental budget. And before we get started, we did want to hear, actually, Representative Sachs, if you want to introduce yourself since you're now with us.
Good morning, everyone. Sorry, I was in Energy and Utilities this morning briefly. My name is Melanie Sachs. I represent House District 48, which is Freeport and part of Panel. Thank you.
All right. Great. And so before we get started with our work sessions, we did invite Peggy Schaefer to come and speak just briefly about what they're doing on broadband and the bill that we had, LD 80, we had voted on, and at the time there was some discussion about things already being done with broadband, and a few of us were not sure exactly how much work was being done over how many years, and wanted to make sure we were doing something to help get broadband to rural Maine. So a few of us voted for a working group on that, and invited Peggy Schaefer to come and just briefly share with us sort of what's going on with that. And if folks are satisfied with the work that's being done, we would appreciate a motion to reconsider so we can all be unanimous on that bill, hopefully, and not have to have Julie have to draft an amendment and have a divided report come out that isn't necessary. So Peggy Schaefer, welcome.
Thanks.
So
ironically, my computer's telling me my internet connection is unstable. So a lot has happened since Representative McRae submitted this bill. When would it have been? 2020, in the fall of 2020, and not least of which is some significant funding from the federal government that is coming towards Maine. And if you remember, last session, we created a new authority called the Maine Connectivity Authority, which is much more flexible than we are and has the ability to do a whole variety of things that our statute sort of limits us on. And that includes really looking deeply at what are the causes behind affordability in this state. And some of that is, we have essentially one pipe to Boston. And we lack what's called middle mile, which is the sort of transport mile to get to last mile in a lot of places in the state that are what I refer to as pretty dark. And so that authority is, the president was confirmed this January. The board's been in place. They are beginning to put in place the required federal funding plans that are needed. So just to remind you, sort of in the funding stream, the legislature approved and the voters approved a bond for $15 million in July of 2020. In the fall of 2020, we got a little CARES funding, which was the coronavirus relief funding, and used about 6.6 million of that to push out networks to mostly unserved students. And in March of 2021, we did our first round of funding with the bond funds, which we put out $8.5 million to connect about 11,000 locations. Since then, we have been working on redesigning our infrastructure grant program. We did a lot of public outreach around this and got a lot of conflicting sort of, we'd like you to do this and this. And so we've designed a program that helps us do most of those things. It really is sort of unique in the country in that it looks at weighted factors. So we weight, if you come in with a lower density build, which means, in broadband density and distance are really important because the farther you go and the less people, the more expensive it is. So we recognize that in our grants. We recognize the importance of serving the least best served first. And so that's weighted in our grants. Community contributions is weighted in our grants. And so we have redesigned the grant process and are right now, literally right now, in the last 10 days of an open grant, infrastructure grant cycle, which has the $6.5 million from the first, from the bond issue, plus 10 million from the Maine Jobs and Recovery Fund. So last fall, the governor, maybe it was last summer, anyways, in 1780-33, the legislature approved $21 million for broadband expansion from the American Rescue Plan funds. And so 10 million of that is in our current round. The Congress approved an additional, it's about 128 million that's coming to Maine for the, it's called the Capital Projects Fund. And those plans are just being put into Treasury now. We have to submit a project plan for them to approve that meets the federal guidelines. Those plans are being submitted now, and we'll have probably another round of infrastructure funding this summer, which will be quite sizable. It will be, I think we're talking between, 50 and 100 million bucks. So it's a lot of money that we're trying to get out pretty quickly. The Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act also has funding for broadband. And Maine, every state gets at least 100 million of that. And the rest of the funding is dependent on new FCC mapping. And so we won't know sort of how much money we're going to get for that funding probably until sometime next year, which is good, right? We're able to stage this stuff. It's good. We have to put together a 5-year plan for that funding. That has to happen this summer. And we also have to put together a plan for the Digital Equity Act, which is also part of the Infrastructure and Jobs Act. And so that's going to bring funding into the state for digital equity. So we have a lot going on, like a lot going on.
So you guys, is it fair to say that with the work you're doing, because we had this discussion around this bill about, federal funding and state funding and bond money and all of that. You're looking at all of that funding and you're looking at all the people that don't currently have broadband. And it sounds like you're putting together a 5-year plan to connect almost all of those people, so more or less. I mean, my conversation with you on the phone, you said that in over 5 years, if everything goes as we're planning and looking at all those funding sources, that at the end of that 5 years, there'll be very, very few people without a connection to broadband, and just basically people that live at the end of a maybe a camp at the end of a 3-mile road or something like that wouldn't have broadband.
Yeah, and you know, those homes, you know, we get a lot of questions, and we're not the only state that has this issue, right? So I was just at a conference with other state broadband leaders in DC, and somebody from Washington State asked essentially the same question: what about the people at the end of the road? And the person answering the question says, well, that sounds pretty unique to Washington. And every state was like, no, it's not. We all have those, right? So there are people in this state who are probably not going to ever get sort of a wired connection. There'll be a wireless connection, or there'll be satellite. And those are people who are in incredibly low dense areas, probably without electricity, who just are really expensive to meet, like the true last mile. But our strategy is to try to get to as many people as far out as we can with this funding. And that's going to require us to leverage this money. And we're trying to figure out, we're looking at a whole variety of ways to leverage it. There will be community match that comes in. There will be provider match that comes in. We are looking at talking with banks about using the Community Reinvestment Act. We're talking with Vermont about their strategy, about using municipal revenue bonds based on the income stream that that broadband actually creates, because, you know, people subscribe, there's an income stream that can help pay off some of the infrastructure investment. So we're looking at a whole variety of strategies. And so it is not this federal money alone that's going to solve the problem. It's this combination of strategies that we have been working hard on and continue to work hard on that's going to solve this gap.
Right. So like the need for LD80 and what it was going to do isn't probably needed right now. And then even the need for a working group to look at all the funding sources, it sounds like isn't needed, because you're doing that now. And that's basically the question that we had at the time.
Yeah, the federal funds require us to do a lot of outreach. And so we are in the process of doing that now. We're talking with, you know, we had a community planning process in place for like 7 years. There's, I don't know, 300 and something communities that have been engaged in this process. We've beefed that up. We've added a whole bunch of support for those networks of planners. They, you know, we have a thing called community practice now, where they meet at least once a month, this group, to talk about what they've learned in their community and how other people can learn from it. So we're doing a whole variety of things to not only build, but to make sure that the customers, the taxpayers, have a voice in what actually happens in their community.
Okay. Well, it's good to hear you here to say that, because we didn't have you at the work session, and you know, there was some discussion about a working group that I'm satisfied isn't needed at this point. So I'm glad you're here to alleviate us of that and assure us of that. We have a couple hands up from Representative Bickford and then Representative Stetkes. Go ahead, Representative Bickford.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Looking at the funds that they currently have, and then looking at the 33% of the marketplace, that's just going to be taking money out of the general fund. I'm going to make a motion not to pass on LD80.
Yeah, we've already, just so you know, Representative Bickford, we already voted on the bill.
Then why are we talking about it?
Well, we're talking about it because we were divided, and there was, I think, 3 of us that voted for a working group to look at the funding sources and make sure we're going to get everybody connected. And at the time, some members had said that's already happening, but we didn't have Peggy Schaefer here to discuss that, and so we wanted to make sure that was happening. But no, we don't. It sounds like we don't need a working group. So the reason why we're talking about it, we have Peggy here to assure us of that, is that we can, hopefully at this point, make a motion to reconsider, and then we would all vote ought not to pass, because the bill's not needed. We can be unanimous on it and not have Julie have to draft an amendment for a working group.
Okay, then I'll make a motion to reconsider.
Okay. It's a motion made by Representative Bickford to reconsider. It's seconded by Representative Terry. Discussion. You had your hand up, Representative Stetkes.
I just wanted to take advantage of having Ms. Schaefer here. There were a couple of questions that I had brought up before, wondering if, at least for historical value, maybe for some of you next session or the session after, you could use this information. I guess, has it been determined what the dollar figure is on the cost of the last mile. Where is that cutoff going to be? But more importantly, the other question was, with the money that's being spent and will be spent, what is the availability of the actual construction on the infrastructure? With our labor situation and everything else, there's only so many people out there to do the work. Do you have an idea of what that is? I mean, we can make all the plans we want and write all the checks we want, but if the people are there to do the work, how much work can we expect to get done in current circumstances?
So the first question, last mile, the cost of last mile really depends on density. It also depends on quite frankly, the poles, like how bad or good the pole, how tall they are. I mean, I never thought I would have any interest in poles, right? Until I got into this, and now I spend, don't get interested in poles if you're driving. I'm just saying that spend your life kind of looking at what's on them. So there's a lot of different factors in these last mile pieces. We just got a federal grant for $28 million. Which we were one of 13 grants that were awarded out of 270. A little proud of that. And part of the reason we got that grant was because we were spending about $2,000 a pass, which is very cheap. I know it sounds expensive, but it's actually pretty cheap. And we are serving, this grant serves project areas in Rangeley, in Farmington, in Lincoln County, Jefferson, Washington, Somerville, all of the Blue Hill Peninsula except Surrey and Idaho. So it's a big grant, covers a lot of areas. Part of that cost that became low is because Consolidated Communications is going to what we refer to as overlash their existing network. So they have copper on the lines now, and they overlash that with fiber. And so there's a lot of.
I guess I didn't ask the question very. Is the actual dollar figure? I know other states have said, okay, this is the cutoff. We're going to spend no more than $6,000 per install, that sort of thing. Have you come up with a number?
We have not done that because we've never spent anywhere. But we funded a project that goes from Rockwood to Jackman, and we're under $3,000 a pass. So we have never done that because we've not had to. It is one of the strategies that the Maine Connectivity is looking at, is how to in expensive areas, how to bring a different service, whether it's wireless or satellite, and what that looks like. So it is one of the things as part of the plan.
Okay, thanks. And lastly, just the availability of actual crews to be able to do the work. Just trying to do some simple math with all the money that's coming in. How many homes can we hook up, and can we actually do that in a certain period of time? So
we know there is
future reference in anything.
We've been talking with the providers about workforce challenges. The Mid-Coast, there's the Mid-Coast Technical High School. No, that's not what they're called anymore. Actually has a course to help with line technicians. We're talking with other states.
Technology.
Yeah, thank you. We're working with Vermont, New Hampshire, and us, because we sort of all share the same workforce around this, because there's a lot of contractors in this field, about how to improve that. So we know that workforce is going to be an issue, and it is one of our plans, is trying to figure out how to work with the industry and work with the providers to figure out that solution. There is we know there is a supply chain challenge. We haven't hit that recently, but we know it's out there. And so we're also looking at how to combine potentially purchasing power of, again, Northern New England, probably Southern New England together. And so we could maybe put in a big order for all of us. I mean, these are all just ideas that we're floating right now. There's lots of potential out there. We totally know it's a problem. And we are at the same time we're making a plan for expanding, we're also trying to figure out the workforce piece and the supply chain piece.
Mm-hmm. Excellent. Well, don't see any other hands up. Thank you, Peggy, for joining us and updating us on what's going on, and sort of, I guess, answering the question that some of us had of whether all the funding was being looked at combined and where we'd be in a few years. So it sounds like we're going to have 99% of the state connected in in 5 years if everything goes as planned. So that's great. And thank you so much for all your work that you do on that. We really appreciate that. I'm sure we all do. We have a motion to reconsider, so we need to vote on that. All those in favor of reconsideration, please signify. A couple members here that aren't voting, Senator Pouliot and Representative Sachs. I don't know if you guys are able to vote, but looks like we're unanimous of all those who are on video with us. So that motion passes. So we're now reconsidering. Would someone like to make a motion? Representative Terry.
I'd like to make a motion ought not to pass.
So we have a motion ought not to pass made by Representative Terry and seconded by Representative Matlack or Bickford. Yep. So that motion's been made and seconded. Further discussion? Seeing none. All those in favor of ought not to pass, please signify. So that is unanimous of all members present. Great. So that motion carries. So we'll now close that work session and we will go right back into our schedule. And yesterday, for those who were with us at the end of the day, we did not take up LD 1704 because we were running late into the day and our analyst was working from the hallway and it was just getting late for people. So we decided to take that up first thing today. So I'll now open up the work session on LD 1704. This is an act to change the exclusion amount under the estate tax and provide additional funding for the Home Opportunities for Maine Fund. And if Julie would like to walk us through the analysis on this. And in the meantime, maybe we can bring Eric Jorgensen in because I think he's here for this as well. Go ahead, Julie.
Sorry about that. LD 1704 is Representative Talbot Ross's bill. The original bill proposed to change the exclusion amount under the Maine estate tax, which is currently $1 million. It would have raised that exclusion amount. No, I mean, it would have lowered that exclusion amount, which is now 5.6 million, would have lowered it to 1 million, sorry. Juggling too many things this morning, I think. And it also would have provided an additional exclusion amount for family farms, commercial aquaculture, fishing, and wood harvesting businesses that were being passed within the family on death and that would be maintained in that current purpose for at least the next 5 years. The bill provided that 50% of the new revenue generated from reducing the exclusion amount would go to the Maine Housing Authority, to the Home Fund. And the bill also directed the State Housing Authority to essentially establish a racial equity assessment tool in consultation with the Permanent Commission on the Status of Racial, Indigenous, and Maine Tribal Populations. The sponsor has a proposed committee amendment. I'm not sure, I don't remember if she's here or not, but it proposes to replace the bill. So it would strike all of the changes to the estate tax and it would strike the language establishing the racial equity assessment tool process. Instead, it would provide that I have this, which I've emailed it to you and it is online and I can bring it up and share it if you want. It's a simple 1-paragraph amendment to the statute on the distribution of revenue from the estate tax, which currently now all goes to the general fund. It would provide that on a monthly basis, beginning January 1st, 2023, 50% of the revenues generated under the estate tax would go to the Housing Opportunities for Maine Fund to be used to provide for the development of new affordable housing. So that is her proposed amendment at this point to LD 1704. No estate tax provisions, just no change in the eligibility, in the imposition of the estate tax, just a change in the way the money would be distributed from the estate tax.
Go ahead, Representative Bickford.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Julie, do we know, and maybe MRS can tell us how much money is generated from the fund now into the general fund? Because half that would be quite a bit, I'm sure.
I don't know
think I
off the
can-
top of my head. I have the red book behind me and I can just pull it out. It will be in there.
If I can interrupt for just
Someone
a
from Maine
second.
Revenue Services may be able to answer.
Yeah.
While
Yeah,
I'm
I think
looking.
Mr. D'Alessandro's
Second.
with us too, and also just to let folks know, the sponsor is also now with us as well to discuss this. If anybody has any questions for her, Representative Talbot Ross is with us. Go ahead. Did you have something up there, Terry?
I was just going to say that it varies quite a bit from year to year. I think the last year, maybe, I'm looking at the red book too, was in the $6 million range. But it
Could we
varies.
have the,
Actually,
could we
I think
have the
it's not
amendment
in
up
the
on the
red book.
screen, please?
I need to look up the compendium.
Um,
Can I follow up, Mr. Chair?
Can we have the amendment up on the screen, please?
Yeah, Julie, while Julie works on getting the amendment up, because I know she's may take her a few seconds. If you could work on getting the amendment up on the screen, and in the meantime, we have a follow-up from Representative Bickford, and Representative Talbot Ross would like to speak as well. Go ahead, Representative Bickford.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm concerned even at $3 million, that's $3 million out of the general fund that we're going to have to figure out how to replace that money. Dedicated revenue is never a good thing in my mind. I'm very uncomfortable with dedicating any revenue from any source to a particular area. I'm not going to be able to support this.
Okay. Go ahead, Representative. Did you have your hand up, Representative Talbot Ross?
Yes, and good morning. Thank you all for taking a look at this. I guess I'm a tad bit confused. I thought when I listened to the conversation yesterday on dedicating specific funds out of the home fund for specific purposes, this committee supported that. So I'm a little taken aback by Representative Bickford's comments. We've done that many times. The other is that I do have the actual amounts, and it is more than 6 million. This past fiscal year 21, it actually went up to $40 million. So it is, but the previous year it was 20 million. Starting in fiscal year 17, it was 11 million. So, you know, this is the estate tax. And so it is a volatile amount of money. And it's added to the general fund. It's an add-on because it's based on essentially people passing away. So it is not a revenue source that we have to then fill the gap for. It is an additional source of revenue that we do not know the amounts of money fiscal year to fiscal year. And so I will just point out that I know that this committee has spoken consistently about the crisis with housing. And all this amendment does is it keeps the exclusionary amounts in place. So we're not changing anything. It removes the racial equity tool. And it remains the same. There's no change from the original bill to this amendment in the distribution of funds. So I just want to remind the committee that you've been talking about distributing funds for specific housing purposes quite a bit. This is not any different. It's just a different revenue source.
Representative Steckers, you had your hand up. Do you have anything still, or you all set?
Mr. Chair. So I too wouldn't be able to support this. After the multiple bills when it comes to this type of topic, and listen to from Mainstay Housing, they've got they have basically money sitting around waiting to be used as it is. There's so many different working parts now. There's been so many changes in just the last little while when it comes to funding for housing like this, that I think at this point in time, I'd like to see a lot of that settle out before we move any further.
Senator Pouliot next.
Yes, thank you. So, I mean, obviously, I'm in favor of as much money going towards building new housing in the state as possible from the state legislature, but I expressed this sentiment to Representative Talbot Ross the other day, which is that the estate tax is something that I don't like at all. And I appreciate her willingness to remove from her bill the adjustments to the estate tax, but I am loath to tie anything to a tax that I would rather not have around. And my thought process is that if we tie this to the estate tax, it'd be harder to eliminate in the future. And so for some, that may be a reason to support this. For me, it's a reason to not support it. The transfer tax, at least under Senator Chipman's bill, is a tax that's paid out of cash flows. So when there's a property transaction, there is cash flow available to cover that transfer tax. With the estate tax, that's not always the case. It may force liquidity events that people don't want to take, things of that nature, to be able to pay the tax to then do this. So I just, for that reason, I'm not in favor of the bill and would actually move on not to pass.
Okay, so Senator Pouliot's made a motion about not to pass. We have a couple more. Somebody seconding that, I guess.
I'll second it.
Seconded by Representative Carmichael. We're still in discussion, so we have hands up. I think Representative Collins was first, followed by Representative Sachs. Go ahead, Representative Collins.
Good morning. Thank you, Senator Chipman. Is anyone from Maine Housing available? I actually was about to ask a question before the motion was made.
Yeah, well, Eric Jorgensen's with us. He came back to join us this morning for this bill, so maybe this would be a good time to have him on if you have a question for him.
Yeah, I had a specific question about some numbers, if I may, please.
Welcome back, Eric. Question for you from Representative Collins.
Glad to be here.
Good morning, Honorable Mr. Jorgensen.
Hi, how are you?
Good. My question I had is, I looked at some information I was searching for. I don't know if it's accurate or the most up to date, but I saw something that with the home fund for maybe it was 2019, 2020, that was it about total in your program about $35 million? Is that accurate?
I don't know what it was back in 2019, 2020. That sounds about right. I mean, it's the home fund is tied to the real estate transfer tax. And so it's currently, a lot higher than that. It's been down as low as like $6 million. So it goes up and down. Okay. Because what I saw from the last like a 2-year period, I think it showed about 35 million. And I think about each year, during that biennium, there was, I think about a total, each year, I think it was like about 16% was dedicated to new developments of housing. And I think that total in the biennium was about 6 or 7 million. So I just want to make sure I'm around the right ballpark figure. And so what I was just trying to figure out the impact of this, because if let's say it's around $6 or $7 million, maybe we're adding a little bit more. And if we're looking at, again, it's a volatile amount. So if it has gone up though recently higher, and taking half of that would be about 20 million, I would have to imagine that when we need tens of thousands of new housing units in our state, and if you have about anywhere between 6 to 10 million to spend, and all of a sudden you have 20 million to spend on new housing, I imagine that would make a big impact. If you had $20 million, and maybe in the future it might not be 20, but let's say it's 12 or 13 million.
that seems to me to be a significant amount.
That's a significant amount. I mean, we certainly, as I talked about yesterday, we had a bill yesterday that dealt with this. You probably remember. You know, we don't just, you know, the money like this would go toward financing, not toward, we don't just spend it on building units. It would be go toward, you know, paying, you know, it would help to finance, fill in gaps when you're buying, when you're paying for a unit. And we don't, the home fund's not our primary source of funding for construction. We use other sources more quick before that. However, anything in the home fund is welcome and certainly makes a difference. And $6 million would make a huge difference because that allows us to finance, you know, a large multiple of that when we actually are doing construction.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Representative Sachs, you had your hand up, or you were all set now?
Thank you. No, I just wanted to clarify, Mr. Chair, if I could. Thank you so much, Representative Talbot Ross, for bringing this forward and your leadership on this issue. And we did hear a bill yesterday at LD 484, I believe, that specifically had some language in it around new or adaptive use. So sometimes rehabilitating buildings in order to create that new unit might be more cost effective, for example. Is that I haven't seen the actual language of the amendment. Was the intent that this money be designated for new or creating new units, however that was, or was it the more general that the Honorable Mr. Jorgensen was talking about?
Go ahead, Representative Talbot Ross. I believe that's a question for you.
Yeah, thank you, Representative. The language in the amendment says to provide for the development of new affordable housing, but I did listen to your debate all day yesterday and heard the opinions of the Honorable Eric Jorgensen, and absolutely believe that it should go towards new or adaptive use for housing.
Thank you. If I could follow up, Mr. Chair.
Sure, go ahead.
So I, for example, think that the committee should be consistent with developing all sorts of housing despite, or we've dedicated use for some things. Housing was one of the things that we had dedicated. I am so appreciative, Representative Talbot Ross, of your, or Assistant Majority Leader Ross, sorry, that being that this is not a gap we're trying to fill, it's just a redirection of funds that are already created. I'm really supportive of this idea. I'll be voting against the motion ought not to pass, but I will also just say to the committee, I'd be very willing to insert the same language we had in 484 with the sunset and the adaptive use, creating new units for adaptive use, if that's for the committee's consideration. But I'll be supporting the bill as an ought to pass, hopefully, if we can get to that point. Thank you.
Representative Collins, you had your hand up again. Do you have anything else, or are you all set for now? No, you're all set. Okay, Representative Bickford, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Jorgensen, good morning. I do have one question, and that is with affordable housing. Now, you don't build affordable housing and give it away, obviously.
No.
So what does this mean, affordable housing? For construction of affordable housing, you don't build housing, right?
Well, we're a bank. We finance housing.
Exactly.
So you can't build affordable housing very well without us in Maine, because given the current dynamics of the real estate market, you know, you can't build a property at a level, you can't make the cost work in a way that you can provide the low rent. So we provide, you know, financing, but we also provide subsidy, and subsidy, this is what this would be. This would be subsidy.
Okay.
And that would help. Yeah. It helps lower the initial cost, and it works as part of the financing.
Okay. So at some point, I mean, too much money is too much money. I mean, you just can't possibly spend it all. And if you look over the last 10 years at our homeless crisis, it hasn't gone down. So with all this money that we have been spending, I think throwing money at the problem for me is not the direction that I want to take. I believe we're throwing enough money at the problem. Respectfully. Thank you.
Representative Sachs, go ahead.
And I appreciate that, Representative Bickford. And I want to say that I've listened really carefully to those of you who have been more experienced here in the legislature, and saying we have rated and Mr. Jorgensen as well, we have rated the home fund to balance budgets. And unless we do this work that we are doing now of designating funds, this is one way to keep that from happening, and showing our commitment to the affordable housing crisis. So I actually have been listening to you, Representative Bickford. And so that's why, one of the reasons that I'm really supporting this bill. So I appreciate that. Thank you.
Any further committee discussion? Go ahead, Senator Pouliot.
Yeah, I don't know that this is the appropriate vehicle to do it with, unless the sponsor wanted to change to a different tax to use. But we really have been discussing the need for increasing trade education in the state, and I feel like if we could thread the needle of a dedicated resource of funding for that would be good. Because the reality is now with these additional funds that hopefully the passage of Senator Chipman's bill would provide, it's still very, very hard to find trade people to do jobs. I mean, and this is the same thing with the construction industry for roads and bridges. You know, we could throw a ton of extra money at roads and bridges, but then when you go up to the contract, the prices are through the roof because there's nobody to do the work. And I've had contractors tell me on my development projects, oh yeah, we just threw a stupid number at that and figured, well, if anybody would take it, then we'd do the job. But otherwise, you know, we're not interested. I mean, and I would take inflation of 7% any day on construction projects. I just had one priced out and it was over 70% inflation in 1 year from the last similar project we did. So giving more money to this is like, it's not going to make a dang bit of difference. I'm sorry, folks, it's not. And I think Senator Chipman's bill does a good job at getting us more resources dedicated in a way. Honestly, I don't even know how we're going to put that to work, like beyond that amount of money right now, unless we really hunker down as a legislature and coalesce around trade education and getting more people, skilled plumbers, carpenters, electricians, all of it. It's a crisis, really. And we know that, I think, but I don't think we can sit and still think that just putting more money at it's going to solve it. It's not. We're not going upstream enough. So I don't want Assistant Majority Leader Talbot Ross to think that, you know, I'm not supporting this because I don't support housing. You know what I mean? I absolutely do. I think everyone knows that, but I think we've reached a point now where it's like, okay, we got enough money. You know, if we can get Senator Chipman's bill off the approach table even, and move on, because we've got to focus now on getting people to do the jobs.
Representative Stekis, I think you were next.
I do have a question, but after Senator Pouliot said that, I just sort of want to chime in on that. As a contractor, for the last 4 or 5 months, I've been turning down work for 2022. And anybody that's worth anything in the construction business, they're booked for the next year or two minimum. You know, the big guys that are doing these big projects, they're booked for a couple of years out. So I just want people to understand that. I mean, if we voted to put money into this account today, it's not going to be used for years to come. Just from the industry side of things. The other thing would be is my question to the Honorable Jorgensen, being the numbers man that he is with that massive amount of gray matter, that sort of thing. I was wondering numbers wise. So say in the last two fiscal years, what are we looking at as far as what's been loaned out and what the balance was? Am I asking that question where you can understand it?
Yeah, so I don't know that offhand. I'm on the road, actually. I'm at meetings with HUD this week, so I don't have that information at my fingertips. But I can tell you that right now we are underwriting We've got 30 projects being underwritten, 1,200 units total right now that are in the process. We've got 19 projects under construction for an additional 771 units. And so there's a total of 289 projects currently going in our process. But you're correct that, you know, to build affordable housing from conception to turning the key to have someone move in is a multi-year process, and there is delays. I mean, the challenge for us right now is we currently have the largest pipeline in our history for our organization. We're doing really well, but we're running into those issues that Senator Pouliot and yourself have mentioned with contractor availability, skills, and we have a lot of financing available right now. We've got a lot of bond cap. We've got a lot of stuff that we can use, but you know, right now we're in a moment where there's a lot of funding. That's probably not going to last once some of the federal money goes away and the other things. So, you know, it's a hard sell right now because you're absolutely correct. We have a lot of resources right now that can change, and so that's why I'm here. I guess my other while I've got the mic, I was just going to say that if you do proceed with this bill, it would make sense, I think, as Representative Sachs said, to parallel the language between this and 484 in terms of how you define affordable housing and how you define construction and that sort of thing. That's what I was going to say. So our production pipeline is big right now, but it's you know, it's a volatile thing. But I appreciate all your attention, but you're absolutely correct.
You're all set now, Representative Sachs?
Well, I guess just to sort of clarify that just a little bit, yeah, there's a lot of projects going on out there, and the projects that you're talking about, they're not necessarily approved. I mean, there's a lot of, you know, hoops to jump through and all those sorts of things. Just trying to come up with a sort of a generalized, and I know you don't have the information in front of you, but you know, are we in danger with the projects that we're looking at running out of cash?
I don't think so. Last year, I'm just looking at the report I'm providing to HUD today. Actually, we spent $142 million of our funding on affordable housing development in Maine, and so you can clearly see that it's more than just the money that comes from the home fund for that. But and the projects that I just talked about are all approved. They're all in progress, but it's a long process.
Yeah. Okay. Well, thank you very much. It's just, and you know, I mean, it's a matter of prioritizing. We have a limited amount of resources, and where do we prioritize them? If one particular basket is in pretty good shape, then you know, maybe we need to prioritize in a different direction. That's all.
Of course. I mean, my job is if someone comes to me and says, I've got an idea of finding more funding for housing, I'm going to come out and say, we love this idea, but you guys have to make those hard decisions. And I really appreciate it. And, you know, I think this is a good plan, but I also like 484. I thought that was a good plan. And we're really grateful for the support.
Thank you so much.
Representative Sachs, go ahead.
Thank you. And as a member of the Housing Caucus for the past 2 years, I have to say that I've been appreciative of how many efforts in a lot of different committees, whether it's Chip Curry's bill, Senator Curry's bill around increasing apprenticeship, the money that's gone into community colleges for the training as well, and they're up and running, particularly at KVCC, specifically for the construction trades. I loved the work we did on the affordable TIF. And so I appreciate this bill as one more, again, consistent tool in our toolbox to make sure, because the reason that we're able to, I believe, Mr. Jorgensen referred to this, is because we are finally doing attention and funding, whereas in the past we have not done so. So again, I'm incredibly supportive of this bill as a consistent theme that we have had in this committee and others around this particular area, for not only now, but in the future.
All right, additional committee discussion. Representative Collins, go ahead.
Yes, as you know, I'm supportive of this amendment. Valid points have been brought up, but some points that have been brought up are being addressed in other committees and with other efforts when you're talking about the what's becoming a crisis for our workforce and training and apprenticeship. Those are all being addressed, and this isn't the matter we're addressing in the taxation committee on the amendment of this bill. Should we consider this bill on the basis if we like taxes or not? I don't think anyone really likes taxes, but they're a reality, and efforts on the state and federal level with President Bush to completely repeal estate tax never went anywhere. Both Democrats and Republicans would never agree to that. They haven't, and it's not a reality. So the question here is voting on the amendment, which could put anywhere between, in a given year, $3 to $20 million to help finance new projects on an ongoing basis beyond just this year with whatever resources we receive from the state and federal different pots of money we've received. So with the need for tens of thousands of units of housing in the state of Maine, having the option to finance more housing when we have hundreds of projects being financed already, but still tens of thousands of more of a need of housing units seems to me to be a good policy. And I'm confident that having, we're not talking about billions of dollars here. We're talking about anywhere from 3 to 10, 15, 20 million. Like, that's a very high number. In all reality, most years it's probably going to be about 3 to 8 million. To have 3 to 8 million is not really a whole lot of money to help finance affordable housing when the need is so vast for so many people. So I think if we can add resources to this fund, I believe that they will be used wisely, with the realization that, yes, I understand that a housing project, regardless of what municipality it is of this nature, using Maine Housing and all the paperwork and whatnot, it doesn't happen overnight. It might take a year or two, but still, that funding could go towards a greater cause of helping alleviate this housing crisis. And I like the formula that we set up, that precedent the other day on another bill. So I hope that we could support this as a committee. Thank you.
All right, Representative Carmichael is next.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess my issue with this is this year we got, there is a surplus. We got a lot of federal money. What are we going to do next year? Next year and the year after, when all the federal money isn't here, we've designated funds for a certain purpose. So, may be all right for this year, but we're tying the hands in the future. So if it was appropriating money out of the general fund to do this, I'd be all for it. But designating the tax money when we don't know what the future holds, I think is kind of ties the hands of the people who will come after us and try to, continue this work. And just for Representative Collins' information, I'm not a fan of the estate tax. I worked my whole life to build a business, so I don't really see where the state's entitled to part of that. But that's just my opinion.
Representative Terry, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate Representative Carmichael, what you just said for sure. I do want to let you know though that I think, and correct me if I'm wrong, but we talked about tying the language of this once it's all said and done with the language that we used yesterday for the real estate transfer tax. So it would actually have a sunset. It wouldn't be forever. I think we talked about 2030 as being the end of the need, hopefully, of the amount of money that we'll need to get enough housing units in.
Representative Collins, I think you were next. Do you have something? No. Representative Stutkis, go ahead.
Thank you. So I guess just to put in perspective in my mind, basically what we're doing, we're committing to put this money into a lockbox that's going to be used only for this particular reason. And in this current situation, we know that there's plenty of money in there to use the way that it's supposed to be used at this point in time. So, taking away the option if there is some other crisis outside, and believe you me, I'm in the industry, there is a housing crisis. There's no doubt about it. But to take away the option, even if it is a short 5-year period or 6-year period, whatever the sunset ends up being, 8-year period, I think, you're still taking away the options to be able to move to another crisis that may be as important, if not more important. And I just don't feel like that's the appropriate thing to do, where with the current system in place, there's plenty of money and opportunity to do what that particular entity is supposed to do. So it's just not something that I can support on that basis.
Okay. So seeing no additional hands up, we've got a motion on the table, I believe, that was made by Representative Bickford about not to pass, and seconded, forget who seconded it, but it was seconded. So there's no further discussion. I guess we'll vote in favor of that motion. All those in favor, please signify.
Thank you.
So all those opposed?
All set, thank you.
So was that a tie?
1, 4 ought not to pass. Yep, 4 and 4.
So that's a tie. So that the motion doesn't carry because it's a tie, I guess. So go ahead, Representative Sachs.
I'd like to make a motion ought to pass as amended with the language from 484 regarding the sunset, the definition of affordable housing.
There's a motion by Representative Sachs, seconded by Representative Terry, of ought to pass as amended. Any further committee discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion, please signify. Okay. All those opposed?
That'll be another tie.
Well, there's 5 voting against it now, right?
No. So I'm not sure what we're supposed to do here with Representative Perry is only able to join us by phone today. I know we have a rule about visual for voting. Does he need to wait until he's in the office to vote for that? Yeah.
Yeah, I have to see him.
No, I don't have screens. So in light of this additional tie that we've got, we can just have our own reports, I think. I mean, there's 4 people that want one report, 4 people want another report. I think that's, there's other people that still need to vote. So go ahead, Representative Sachs.
Mr. Chair, is it appropriate to table until we have, if Representative Perry is literally on his way?
No, he's not. He's not. He's coming in by phone today.
I mean, we've had this happen before, and we know that other people still need to vote. And so, we've got a motion one way and a motion another way, and there's other votes to come in. So we've allowed people to cast their votes afterwards if they're not here, and whatever
Julie.
passes the majority and whatever doesn't is the minority report, right?
Julie, you want to chime in?
You have a chime?
Not to that discussion, but I did not hear if it was mentioned what the 4 who voted against the ought to pass as amended, what their report would be. I'm assuming it's ought not to pass. I just want to make sure.
Yes.
Thank you. Just wanted to check and make sure.
Thank you.
Yeah, I don't know. What are your thoughts, Representative Terry? I think this has happened before where we were tied.
It looks like
people voted, or
I'm actually getting messages all over the place, and it looks like we'll have enough people to vote either way in a couple of minutes. So if we could table for a few minutes, maybe get on to the next bill and then go from there, that would be great. So we're doing it by the book. I think that, breaking Robert's rules for this is not worth it. So let's,
Well, I don't know that we're breaking Robert. I mean, I think we've done this before, but if we want to table that, totally fine. It doesn't really matter, not to me, but, so if someone wants to table this, we can table it, if there's votes to do that.
go ahead.
Go ahead, Representative Collins.
I think we had someone just join us, as I just don't know the correct procedure, because if it's a tie, if you had voted on the prevailing side, you could reconsider, but I'm not sure if someone joined us, how we deal with that.
Well, if we're not going to let people vote afterwards, and it's a tie, then it means it doesn't carry. The previous motion didn't carry, the motion doesn't carry. So we're still in a posture of considering our options on the bill, and someone can make a motion at any point. I know there's another member here has joined us, so maybe that would break the tie. If someone wants to make a motion either way, feel free.
Okay, so you're kind of offering in advance what your report would be.
I'm offering in advance what I'm.
So, would someone like to make a motion? We're still in consideration of this bill. Go ahead, Representative Terry.
I think in all fairness, I would try to go back to the initial vote. We've got enough people in here to break a tie either way. So I think in fairness, it should be brought back to the initial vote.
Mm-hmm. So, right, but we voted and we were tied, so nothing passed. So are you making a motion that we what's your motion?
Motion ought to pass as amended with the language from yesterday's bill. Julie, are you comfortable with what was said earlier?
A lot of things were said earlier. I'm not sure where we are exactly right now. I mean, we had a first vote on a motion that was ought not to pass, the first vote.
Yeah,
I assumed that vote was closed because you then proceeded to an ought to pass as amended motion by Representative Sachs. Yeah. And it was a tie. I don't know why that's a problem, actually. I mean, if the vote is a tie, I don't know if we need to know which one, do we need to know which one prevails for any reason? I mean, it's just a vote, it's 4-4.
They can vote after and it still ends up being a majority, one way or the other, when it goes to the floor.
So go ahead, Representative Collins.
So I mean, technically, if everyone's saying this now, then the first vote, we just could have left it as is and not have to make a second motion. And now we're talking about making a third motion. I mean, I just want to make sure that we don't do something that invalidates our whole vote today by doing 3 or 4 different motions when the first one was valid to begin with.
Go ahead, Senator Pouliot.
Well, I made the motion on the first bill, not Representative Bickford, and I'm fine with us just moving forward with whoever made the motion of ought to pass, because it's going to pass anyway, and we can all move on with life.
Agreed.
We had a motion like Representative Terry of ought to pass. Is there a second to that? Seconded by Representative Sachs. Committee discussion. You got your hand up, Representative Gramlich.
Thank you, Senator. Please allow me to introduce myself. Sounds like a song. I am Lori Gramlich and I represent House District 13. I apologize for being late. If I have the opportunity, I would certainly like to log my vote ought to pass as amended.
Yep,
Okay,
we're going to take that vote in just a sec.
Yeah, so we've got a motion that's been seconded.
Thank you.
Any further committee discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion, it's an ought to pass as amended motion.
Thank you.
Okay, so that's 5 voting in favor, all those opposed. Representative Collins,
Thank you.
still got your hand up.
Yeah, I'm at Laura's hand.
Okay.
Oh,
great. So that motion carries at this point, and other people obviously still have more time to vote who weren't here. So we'll close the work session on LD 1704, and we'll now open up the work session on LD 1763. This is an act to update references to the United States Internal Revenue Code of 1986 contained in the Maine revised statutes. And we'll let Julie walk us through the analysis on this bill and begin discussion.
The 1763 is fairly simple. It's Maine Revenue Services annual conformity bill to conform the Maine income tax, well, all taxes actually, to the United States Internal Revenue Code of 1986 as amended through December 31st, 2021. So through the end of the last calendar year. The statute currently provides the date of January 1st. Well, no, I'm sorry, the current law provides the date of, just a second. April 30th, 2021, which is what you enacted last year. Dates are usually December 31st, but last year you changed it to April in order to accommodate federal changes that were enacted by Congress in the spring of last year. And Maine Revenue Services had asked you to hold this bill for as long as you could to see if there were any additional changes that would be made at the federal level so that the date should be changed, moved up forward a little bit from December 31st of 2021.
All right.
And they're here if you want to talk to them about it.
Yeah, that'd be great if they want to come on. We can hear from them. Can we bring them into the room?
My mouse froze. Can one of you bring them in? It's not moving. Hold on.
We'll be joined by Mr. D'Alessandro.
There are a number of Maine Revenue Services folks here. I'm not sure which one is the right one, but it's either Mr. D'Alessandro or he can tell you who the right one is.
My name is Daniel D'Alessandro. I'm Associate Tax Policy Counsel at Maine Revenue Services. Was there a question? I might have missed it coming in.
Well, we're in the work session on LD 1763 and didn't know if you had any additional thoughts or information you wanted to provide to the committee on that, or if anybody had any questions for you. I don't know. There's no hands up at this point. But.
There weren't any significant tax law changes that would be covered by this bill, but there were some minor changes, and we do like to have that date kept current regardless of what the changes are. So we would appreciate having this bill passed out.
Go ahead, Representative Stuckis.
For anybody that can answer. So this is full conformity. There are no exceptions.
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Representative Terry, go ahead.
I'd like to make a motion ought to pass, and Daniel, does it need to be amended for that date, or is that date on there already?
The date's already on there.
Okay, so ought to pass.
Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Representative Carmichael. Motion made by Representative Carey of ought to pass. Further committee discussion. Julie, go ahead.
I'm not recalling whether we put fiscal notes on conformity bills, but can you just provide me with the option that if we do, I will have to ask if a fiscal note is
Absolutely.
needed, and if it is, then we would need an amendment for the fiscal note. So if
Sure.
you can just sort of tell me that that's okay.
That is okay. Ought to pass as amended if there is a fiscal note.
Ought to pass as amended with fiscal note if necessary. Is the motion that's been seconded? Committee discussion. You have anything else, Julie? Is your hand still up?
No, I'm fine.
So seeing no additional committee discussion, all those in favor of the bill, please signify. So that's
Thank you.
members present. So that motion carries. So we'll close the work session on LD 1763. We're now moving on to work session on LD 2009. This is an act to implement the recommendation of the working group to review the process for ongoing review of tax expenditures by the legislature. So we'll have Julie walk us through the analysis on that and discuss that. We did discuss that quite a bit yesterday, but we can discuss that some more as well today.
You did. There are quite a few provisions that are in this bill. You did go through them at the public hearing yesterday. Senator Libby presented it. He was one of the co-chairs of the working group. Representative Terry was the other. And it does make a variety of provisions, but you went through them all individually yesterday. I don't know whether you want me to do that again today. They're in the chart. So let me know whether you want to essentially read through what's in the chart, whether you want me to read through what's in the chart, or whether you're ready to just go ahead and proceed with your discussion at this point.
Yeah, is there an interest in going through these again? I mean, we did just go through all these yesterday with Senator Libby, but go ahead, Senator Pouliot, your hands up.
You're on mute, Matt.
I forgot to lower it. It's all set now.
I was just in the vote. Okay. So
My
there's no hands up. So I'm assuming that there's not an interest in reviewing all of them again. In a committee discussion. I can't see everybody. Yeah, go ahead. Any committee discussion? Would anybody like to make a motion? Go ahead, Representative Terry.
I would like to make a motion ought to pass.
Second.
It's a motion made by Representative Terry of ought to pass, seconded by Representative Bickford. Additional committee discussion. Julie, go ahead.
Just again, with the proviso that it may need to be amended if a fiscal note is needed.
Absolutely. Thank you. With the fiscal note.
Thank you.
Fiscal note if needed.
In the words of Bruce Bickford.
So we've got a motion of ought to pass as amended with fiscal note if needed. It's been seconded. I don't see any further discussion. All those in favor, please signify. That is unanimous of all members present. So that motion carries. So we'll close the work session on LD 2009. And I guess we'll jump right into the work session on LD 2010. That's an act to help Maine residents with high electricity costs. This is the bill we heard yesterday, sponsored by Senator Jackson, and I believe he might be in the waiting room. So if we could bring him in, that would be great. And we'll let Julie, there's not a lot of analysis because I know it was a concept draft, but we'll let Julie walk us through that a little bit, and then we'll begin our discussion.
Or not a lot to talk about at this point, but this is Senator Jackson's bill. It is a concept draft, and the description of the concept draft says that the bill would establish a tax rebate program for certain electricity ratepayers. It would provide a $1,000 tax rebate for residential ratepayers and a $2,500 tax rebate for businesses with high energy usage.
All right, committee discussion, Representative Terry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I thought from our discussion yesterday, especially considering how lengthy it was, that there is a deep interest in helping people pay their electricity rates. And I know we've heard of a number of things that can help some folks immediately, but it does leave out some other folks, typically those who don't qualify often for certain programs that we have in the state for all kinds of assistance. So my thought is sort of based on the property tax fairness credit and the sales tax fairness credit, where the threshold for those programs for folks to be able to qualify for those tax credits. My thought is that we sort of base a an energy credit on the formula that we use for those two credits, that raises the threshold for folks that are more middle income. We had a discussion at one point about the governor's proposal of starting folks off at $75,000 a year, maybe lowering that a little bit, but I think we can come up with some numbers that are reasonable to all of us. I think for me anyway, I would like a little bit more work on that. I know that we are trying to close our session out today, or close our workout today, but I do think we have a couple of extra days to play with here. Anyway, I would like to push that, or I would like to explore that a little bit further. And then as far as the business side of that goes, I myself would need to work with someone from MRS to understand what the I guess what thresholds are for small businesses, especially those that do have these high energy costs. I would like to have a deeper discussion with them to see if there's some place we can land that's constitutionally acceptable that would help these folks get their, at least give them some sort of relief when the time comes to start paying their taxes for this year. But again, I don't know that we have, that I've been able to, I need a little more time is what I guess I'm trying to say, or I feel like I do at least. So anyway, that's where I wanted to go with that.
Representative Bickford, go ahead.
You're on mute. Bruce, mute.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I agree with Representative Terry with what she just said. And my concern is when we look at small and medium-sized businesses, a lot of them, as we learned yesterday, may file through their personal taxes as flow-through entities. And so this bill, it really needs to happen, but it really needs work. I mean, it's not ready for prime time yet. There are, if I was going to look at individuals and not businesses, I would say, let's give them a credit based on a certain percentage of their electric bill at the end of the year, for example, rather than a flat amount for everybody to claim. Somebody may have a $200 a month electric bill. It may have gone up to $300. Somebody else may have an $80 electric bill that only went up to $110. So it's really hard to look at this as being in concept draft this late in the year. It's really hard to see how we can get this crafted in a reasonable amount of time. That's just my opinion. And I welcome yours.
Terry.
I wonder if we can bring Dr. Allen in, if everybody's okay with that. I'd just like to kind of pick his brain for a minute.
No, I'm sure we can do that. Go ahead. Welcome, Dr. Allen.
Hello.
Hi, Dr. Allen. How are you?
Good. How's everybody doing today?
Good. Excellent. So, Dr. Allen, I know that this is crunch time for everybody. I feel like this can be somewhat simple, but of course, you're the expert in that. If I were to reach out to you perhaps this afternoon and talk about this, do you think you could help me decide, or help us, I should say, not just me, but help us decide whether or not we can do something like this kind of, as a one-time tax credit relatively easily. Relatively, I understand that there's nothing easy about tax law. But I wonder if you've got some time that you can dedicate to chatting with me either this afternoon or tomorrow.
We are likely to be tied up this afternoon on LD 5 85, that's a bill in judiciary dealing with taxation of Maine tribes.
Mhm.
I guess I would respectfully request if you have an interest in this, that you speak to the commissioner or the governor's office,
Okay,
and we can arrange some time to talk about what the possibilities might be. We also have another bill that you've assigned to us, LD 1986. That I'll admit right now, I haven't had time, but I did send an email over to Deebam today to see if we can sit down together and talk about that proposal as well to help disabled veterans. So,
okay. All right, I'm happy to do that. I'm happy to call to the governor's office and see if we can't put something together on the fly.
See, Senator Jackson's with us. Senator Jackson, do you have anything to add?
I don't know that I have anything super extra on it, but I mean, the fact of the matter is that a lot of this stuff happened here in the last 2-3 weeks, month, whatever it was. And, you know, it's obviously trying to be responsive in the short amount of time we have left. You know, I think it deserves at least giving it an opportunity. So Representative Terry's idea of, you know, trying to craft something, approving extra days for all kinds of committees next week. So I don't know that we can't actually continue to try and figure out something here. If, you know, the committee doesn't want to, I guess we can certainly do something up on the floor. But, you know, I think this is something that obviously we heard yesterday from a number of small business owners that are concerned. And I think there's, you know, something we can do. And to Representative Bickford's point about, you know, each individual one having an increase or something like that, I think that would make it probably unworkable for Maine Revenue Services, having everybody come in with their electric bill to show what their increase was. I mean, that's part of the challenge, is that I don't know that there's a way to make this perfect and to capture the people that really need it. So anyways, I certainly appreciate Representative Terry and, you know, committee members that want to keep working on it.
Okay. Yeah, because it seems like we probably need to meet maybe a day next week to take it up again. I think this is our last scheduled day, if I'm not mistaken, that we'd be meeting as a committee, unless we get approval to meet additional time. And although we don't have session tomorrow or Friday, it sounds like what Dr. Allen just said, that, you know, we need a little bit more time than just a day or two to get their participation and time that they would have to help out with it. So maybe a day next week or something. But we have a couple hands up. I think Senator Pouliot was next.
Thank you, Senator Chipman. You know, Senator Jackson knows I've worked with him on a lot of pieces of legislation to move forward. I think that this particular one, just given the time frame and what we have going on, not the best path forward, in my opinion. I think if we're really serious about supporting Maine businesses, which I want to believe that everybody in the legislature is, but where to me the rubber meets the road is agreeing to tax rate cuts. And I know about half of you just got sick with me saying that, but it's true. If we're really serious about supporting Maine businesses, this bill should have been to reduce the corporate income tax rate in Maine. That's the fastest way to deliver cash to Maine businesses. It doesn't require them to pull bills together and submit to the department and create more work for Maine Revenue Services to verify that. But we just did this fix with the Opportunity Maine Tax Credit Program because it's too administratively cumbersome. Want to make it simple, reduce the tax rate. So I vote out not to pass.
Okay. Go ahead, Representative Bickford.
I believe Representative Stetkus was.
Yeah, go ahead, Representative Stetkus.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Bruce, for recognizing that. Just going to, I guess, feed off of what Representative Bickford was talking about as far as the changing the form of this. The PUC informed us months ago of some massive electricity cost increases. So this isn't something that just came up over the last couple of weeks. We're talking $300 million worth of increases due to policy the last couple of years to electrical rates. So, this is tied directly to the amount of electrical usage. So if we're going to go down that road, then the tax incentive, the tax issue ought to be tied to usage, not a flat rate. So, the argument that so much of this is instant over the last couple of weeks is probably not all that accurate. And I think we really need to push more towards the amount of usage as opposed to the flat rate.
Representative Bickford, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to add, I don't believe it's as cumbersome as we think with Maine Revenue to do it based on amount spent, because the only time Maine Revenue wants to see those numbers, and Dr. Allen can correct me, but if I do my taxes and I claim that I spent $300 more on sales tax than the regular sales tax exemption, I don't have to produce those bills unless I get audited. So if I'm wrong, Dr. Allen can correct me, but if I take my bills for 12 months and I say, okay, this is how much I spent over last year, it shows you right on the bill. This is, I'm entitled to a percentage of that as a credit to my taxes. Now, unless Maine Revenue audits me, I have to keep those in my file, but I don't have to produce those to Maine Revenue unless they audit me or unless they call and request it. Dr. Allen, can you speak to that?
You talking about as an individual?
As an individual or as a corporation?
Well,
or as a
I mean,
flow through?
If you're talking about creating a new credit that, say, individuals would be allowed to take for increases in their electricity payments, I would assume MRS would have a worksheet that the taxpayer would have to attest.
Correct.
That, my electric bills for the last year, I mean, that would be up to the income tax division on, exactly how the law was written and what information they felt was necessary for the taxpayer to provide. So they may request, let me see your monthly electricity payments for 2020 and for 2021 and 2022. And,
I would think they would only do that in the case of an audit, though. I mean, and that's just my opinion, because there are other forms that we fill out that we do not provide documentation to. Many other forms.
Usually for a credit, there's a worksheet that goes along with
Right.
it. For the taxpayer, right, for the taxpayer to document, why they believe they're eligible and, to determine what amount they're eligible for.
Yes. Yeah, exactly. But I don't think they have to actually produce and send the bills in with the return. They just keep those in their file in case Maine Revenue wants.
You went on to mute, Representative Bickford.
I do that occasionally.
But
Yeah, thank you.
I don't think we would ask the taxpayer for copies of each monthly bill, but we
Correct.
may require them to list out, for the month of January 2021, what was your electric bill?
Sure.
And,
Yeah, they could do that on the worksheet. They could
I
list all
believe it
that.
would be worth it. It would be worth it to the taxpayer if they're going to get that credit. So that may be a good avenue to go, Senator Jackson.
I just want to throw an idea out there. I know a couple of people have their hands up, including Senator Jackson, but one thought I have is that, what we've been talking about yesterday and today is, tax credits and ways to get money back after the fact, which, if it's a tax credit that would be they would file for next spring. I mean, that's going to be a long ways off into the future. I'd like to try to do something much more immediate. So one thought that I had, I just want to put out there, since we're in work session on this bill, is if there's a way to work with the two major electric companies in the state, Versant, who was here yesterday in support of the bill, and Central Maine Power, to see if they'd be willing to administer some kind of credit towards people's bills. So basically we would look at people that use more than a certain number of electricity, a certain number of kilowatt hours of electricity, if it's a business or an individual, and use that as our threshold to say those over 500 kilowatts or 1,000 if it's a business or something would get some kind of direct credit on their next monthly bill, and then the utilities would just credit their bills and we would cover the cost of that. We would pay the utilities directly to do that, but they would administer it and people would see it on their next monthly bill. And if we pass this as an emergency, it would take effect immediately, possibly on their bill for the month of May. They'd see a credit for, to make up for electricity they're paying for, today. So I just want to throw that out there. And I don't know if you have any thoughts on that, Senator Jackson, or if the utilities would be willing to do it, but it would be much more immediate than anything we've been talking about so far. So we've got Representative Terry had her hand up, and then Senator Jackson. Representative Terry.
Sorry about that. Yeah, I did reach out to the administration, waiting to hear back from them. So if it's all right and if the committee is okay with it, I'd like to table this bill.
Is that a motion?
I'll second.
We have a motion to table made by Representative Terry, seconded by Representative Bickford. That's non-debatable. All those in favor, please signify.
Thank you.
That's
Thank
unanimous.
you, everybody. Appreciate it.
That bill is now tabled. So that ends the work session on LD 2010. So we've had work session on all the bills we had scheduled today. We have left the supplemental budget to work on, and I know there's been an interest in some in having a brief break after, to be able to discuss that further, perhaps caucus with other members of the committee to discuss that before we take that up. Is that still an interest that people have?
I'm good with that. Is everybody okay with taking a break for like half hour? Yeah.
Senator Pouliot, is that okay with you as well? Your folks? Yeah. Take a
Representative Bickford. He's taking a break already.
why don't we take a break for say 30 minutes and so folks can caucus if they want to caucus and talk about things they still need to talk about with the budget. We'll come back in 30 minutes and take up the supplemental budget, which is our final item of the day, and we'll go through that. So
Let's do let's say 11:30, a little over 30 minutes. Is everybody okay with that? Great.
We'll be at ease for till 11:30. We'll be back then.
Lena, will you put another sign up for us? Thank you. All right, we'll see y'all then.
Is there anybody else on here? Do you know? We were supposed to start 10 minutes ago.
I'm here, Matt.
I'm
I'm
here.
here.
You're the first one I've seen. People are starting, one person shows up and everybody starts showing up.
I just don't want people watching me eat, that's all.
Yeah, I agree.
I'm gonna text Chipman and see what's going on.
And it says we'll be back by 11:30 PM. I guess we're on time. Most said they'd be on shortly. Matt.
So sorry for that delay, everybody. Trying to get everyone on the same page.
Welcome back.
Hey, thanks. Bruce, I heard you say that we're not supposed to be back here until 11:30 p.m. So
That's what the sign said, so we're on time.
excellent. Glad we weren't keeping anybody. All right.
So it looks like we have quorum, so we want to get started now, Representative Terry?
Yeah, sure. Let's do it.
Might as well get started. So welcome back, folks, to the Committee on Taxation. We are continuing our work today. The final item, which is to go over the different sections of the supplemental budget pertinent to this committee. And so with that, we'll hand things over to Julie. And Julie, if you can walk us through the items. Everyone should have got a 3-ring binder. And I think it's online as well, that have these different sections of the budget. The first one would be starting with Part A and the disaster relief payments proposed by the governor. So I'll hand things over to you, Julie.
Can I jump in real quick? So we're all on the same page as we're going along. Julie, how would you like us to make our recommendations? Would you like it in a voting form, or would you just like to hear from everybody?
Well, the thing is, the report is due. Yeah, I'm unmuted. I had to check. The report is due to appropriations on Friday.
Yeah.
So there's not a lot of time. It, I guess, depends. I think appropriations wants to know at least what the numbers were in terms of, if it's unanimous, it doesn't matter so much. But if you're divided on an item, they will want to know how many were on one side and how many were on the other side, hoping there are only 2 sides. But when the report goes out, I'm not sure what the best way is to collect those votes. Obviously, those of you who are here at this meeting can vote when you're present, but I would be sending, once I get something drafted, it out to all committee members, and I'm not sure what's the best way for people to report back at that point, how you want to direct them to report to me, or whether you want to have some other process. I'm not sure what the best way is to take care of this in a small period of time.
Let's vote on each item, and if we split, then there'll be different ways that we split, and people can state what it is they support alternatively to each item, like we do on bills. And then those that aren't here, I think the House Chair and myself have decided that we want people to be able to vote afterwards as they can on bills. So Lena can record those votes as we would on a bill, and I believe it's till noontime the next day. Is that right? People having to vote, Lena. So
is that enough time for you, Julie?
It's 2 business days by noon, so they still have a day, but it would be Friday. So,
but it's not. It shouldn't hold up Julie from drafting the report, because it's just adding an additional vote or two to some of the items, right? I mean, she can still draft her report back, and we can just add any votes that need to be added from people that vote after the fact within the 2 business day time period. So, granted, given that people
except potentially if a member who's not here decides that they want a third, or they want a version that the committee did not, that you here today did not identify, then that would be a new one.
Yeah.
I think, though, that this is like the question that you asked earlier, that this is not a vote on a bill that's before your committee. It's a vote on a recommendation that you're making to the Appropriations Committee. And I don't think any of the rules about voting necessarily apply to that. I think it's up to the chairs to decide how they want that process to happen. So I think you can pick what period of time you want people to have available of them to register their votes to. I mean, either me or Lena or the chairs, I'm not sure what's best, but I think you can decide on whatever process you want to, because this is not a bill that's before you.
If I can suggest something, I mean, I don't foresee that we'd have people who aren't here coming in with a totally different proposal on an item. I mean, I don't think that will happen, but if it were to happen and you needed more time, then I would support, asking for an additional couple of days to prepare the report. So if somebody votes Friday morning at 10 o'clock because they weren't here today and they got something that's going to add more time to getting the report, back to AFA by the end of the day Friday, then I would certainly support a request for another couple of days to give you the time you need, but I don't foresee that happening. I mean, I think people that aren't here are going to just come in and vote with one side or the other on these things, and that's probably how it would go, I would think. But Representative Steckes, you got your hand up.
Thank you. So not to throw a wrench into the works there, but yeah, there's going to be one or two positions on one or two of the items that would be, and it's probably not the correct term in this situation because it isn't a bill, would be an amendment, basically the way something works. So we'll figure that out as we discuss it. So just so you know, it's for me anyway, it's not going to be, black or white, yea or nay. There's going to be sort of a little amendment in there.
Right. But as we go through each item, if you aren't in support of the way certain people vote and you make a motion to support something different, if everyone can sort of clearly articulate what those positions are, so Julie can take those down in the notes and reflect those in the report back, that we've done that. We did that last year that way. So I guess we're ready to start. So if you want to bring up the chart on the budget, Julie, and start walking us through each item, and if we can, maybe just vote on each item as we go through them.
Agreed.
Okay.
Yep. Bringing up the chart.
All right.
This is the chart that I prepared, which covers each item in Part A, which is the appropriations and allocations section, and in the language parts that were assigned to this committee. There are two provisions in here, which we'll get to shortly, which are technically not under the jurisdiction of the tax committee, but I put them in here because you'll see when I get to them that they are things that you would be interested in. You're not obligated to report back with regard to them, but they're here. I put them in the chart just so they would be provided for your information. The chart begins with, I also have the provisions from the actual proposed budget, supplemental budget bill, which I can pull up to if you want to see the actual provisions at some point. Anyway, we start with Part A, which is the appropriations and allocation section, always. The first item, and these go simply in the order that they're presented in the bill, nothing else. What is called the COVID Pandemic Relief Payment Program, which there's been a lot of press about, so you certainly heard about it. What this provision is an allocation of $411 million for the authorizing the state to provide that funding for the proposed in the bill $510 disaster relief payments to eligible Maine citizens, which is basically Maine citizens who have filed an income tax return for FY21, I think. The language is actually the last thing on the list as we get to it. But what this bill, what the language does, the reason why this is an allocation, again, just to recall, money being spent from the general fund is an appropriation. If it's an allocation, it's not coming from the general fund, it's coming from a special revenue fund. What the language provision does when we get to it is to provide for a transfer from general fund unappropriated surplus to the COVID Pandemic Relief Fund, a newly created fund to spend this money. So it's a transfer of $411 million from general fund unappropriated surplus, which goes into the special fund. This appropriates the special fund, which permits DAFs, I assume. Yes, DAFs to spend the money to make the payments to individuals. So that's that's that. I think we should stop after each one for questions and
Yeah,
a
let's
vote.
stop. Well, we're going to stop up for any discussion and then any motions for votes on each item. Go ahead, Representative Bickford. I think you're on mute, Representative Bickford.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's been our position right along that we return this money to the taxpayers. It's their money. However, there's a discrepancy in the funding. We were asking for $750 per household or per person, per taxpayer. And this is 510. Do you know where that came from, where that difference came from?
The 510 is being proposed in the supplemental budget. The other 250 that would make it 750 is a potential change package that we have not seen yet, that has not been introduced to us. So we're not considering that today. We may be taking up something in the future around that, but this is the initial supplemental budget that was presented a couple weeks ago.
Okay. I won't support anything less than 750, just so you know. And I would like to see that as a disbursement, not as a check at the end of the fiscal year, just a disbursement into people's accounts.
Okay, additional discussion. I think Senator Pouliot was next, followed by Representative Terry.
Thank you very much. So it's been the position of Senate Republicans for a long while that Maine people ought to be able to keep more of their money. I don't think that's a surprise to anybody. We would much prefer to see this done in a way that locks in future savings for Maine taxpayers. We think that having these dollars go back to Maine people is the right way. However, we feel the better mechanism would be an income tax rate reduction, which would make us more competitive amongst our peers and our neighboring state, New Hampshire. However, we are willing to collaborate on this and have these dollars go back to the Maine people in the form of a disbursement. However, it is extremely important that that be done by the end of this fiscal year, and that it be done in the form of a disbursement electronically directly to people's accounts, because there will be significant additional cost to Maine taxpayers to mail checks, print and mail checks to people. And it would be much more cost effective, and we could make more use of the dollars by sending the money directly to people's bank accounts via electronic disbursement. In the event that people don't have a bank account, then we could make exceptions for those folks. But the majority of Maine tax filers do have an account that we could do a direct deposit into, and that's what we would like to see happen. And I think that is the most sensible approach to make sure that we're doing this in the most cost-effective manner. And it needs to be $750.
Julie, if you don't mind, maybe you could take this down just while we have discussion and then bring it back up when we get to the next item, so we can all see each other more. And Representative, I believe, is next.
And
Go ahead, Representative Terry. I think you're on mute, Representative Terry. We can't hear you.
So sorry, I was gonna ask a question of Representative Bickford and Senator Pouliot, but they've both answered my question already, so.
Okay.
Julie?
I think that Anya Trundy is in the attendee list if you want to consult with somebody at DAFS. I mean, the way they're proposing to do it right now is to send a check to people who are eligible, that they may not have account information for everybody. So, well, I guess what you're saying is if they have account information, they should provide it directly to the account. But if they don't, it would be okay to send them a check. Am I understanding that correctly when you say disbursement?
Yeah, correct. I mean, we don't want to have people go set up bank accounts to get the money. You know, that would be ridiculous. But for the folks of the 800,000 that we're talking about or so with this $750 disbursement, then we would, want as many of those 800,000 to get that via electronic. In the event that that was not an option for those particular filers, then, a disbursement via mail would be acceptable.
Go ahead, Representative Stuckis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So to mirror part of what my colleagues have said, and earlier today, we heard several times how important it is to quickly address these issues, whether it's housing or the way the economy is going right now with inflation and everything else. So, of course, we know that the quickest way to get the money back to the people, their money, would be to not take it from them in the first place. So that's why we strongly support the tax reduction side of things. But secondly, if that wasn't going to be the case, then the second quickest way would be an electronic transfer. And I would only support something that, if we agree that this needs to be done right now, to get it out by the end of the fiscal year. I would really push for a lot quicker than that, but no later than the end of the fiscal year. And then, long term, the tax reduction would prevent us from having to go through this time and time again. And like the senator said as well, makes Maine much more competitive and much more attractive place to do business and to live. So those are my, I guess, would be on my wish list at this point in time, would be the electronic transfer, if not the tax reduction.
Representative Collins.
Yes, I just wanted to get clarity of the ability for the state to do this. I agree with my colleagues that the expediency is the key, and so let's put it right into people's accounts. But just a technical point is, from what I understand, what the state does is that if you filed your taxes and you got the direct deposit information, they can do that. If not, those people are just going to have to get a check, right? I mean, is there any other way to do it besides that?
Dr. Allen is with us. Perhaps he can answer that.
Dr. Allen, if you could respond, that would be great.
Certainly. I'm gonna actually pass the baton on to Sarah Lewis, our Deputy State Tax Assessor. She's the one that's been working on the administrative aspects of the COVID relief payment.
Is she with us?
Yeah, just promoting her. You got it, Lena?
Good morning, everyone. Or actually, it's good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Maybe you could repeat the question for her.
I can. Ms. Lewis, we're talking about paper checks versus disbursements. Can you tell us if there is a plan in place to have folks that file already electronically to get these payments directly deposited into their bank accounts, or does everything need to come as a check?
We are looking at both alternatives right now. There are pros and cons to each. I believe, as it was mentioned earlier, there are many taxpayers that we do not have their banking information currently. Even if I filed an electronic return, I may not have provided electronic banking information. I could have paid by check, so we would not have the banking information for those individuals. There are many individuals who don't have banking relationships, so those would be of a concern as well.
I think my daughter does it that way. She gets a check even though she files electronically. Yeah.
I mean, there are many taxpayers who use tax preparation companies who give them a prepaid debit card because the tax preparer wants to get their fee before you get your refund. And those are temporary. As soon as that money is spent, those cards get chopped up. So we wouldn't have a way to get electronic payments to them as well. So
Thank you.
There are some obstacles. Yeah.
Senator Carmichael.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Excuse me, this wasn't my original question, but Ms. Lewis was, do we have any kind of numbers? You know, a percentage of people who have electronic accounts available and just roughly even? And the ones that we'd have to do by paper check?
Yeah, we are trying to get information on what percentage of taxpayers who filed last year provided banking information. What I can tell you is that of the returns that were filed last year, about 60% of them resulted in refunds that went out electronically.
So, Ms. Lewis, is it fair to say that if this goes forward, that you'd be looking to get the money to people as quickly as you can, electronically, if that's possible, otherwise by check?
We would like to do it the most efficient way possible. Electronically may or may not be that method. Yeah.
Well, what's the determining factor if it is or isn't?
There are many different things that we need to look at. The difficulty in programming with having different distribution channels is one thing that we need to compare. Having a single distribution channel like checks makes programming easier. It makes it much more efficient because we don't have to send an electronic payment that gets rejected or somehow not delivered. When those come back, then those will have to go out as a check. So different things to consider.
I have a follow-up too, if I could.
Go ahead, Ms. Carmichael.
Do we have an idea of the cost? I mean, mailing checks, printing checks, postage, all that, I mean, adds a significant cost to the program. Do we have any idea, you know, what we're looking at if we mail out 800,000 returns? I mean, checks?
Yeah, we have estimated costs based on the last relief payment that we did. Excuse me, my phone is ringing. Sorry about that. Okay.
You know off the top of your head roughly what that was, or I don't know.
It depends on, again, which route we take. We do have costs for the printing of the checks. We have costs for the postage that we did last time around. Maine Revenue Services pays a higher postage amount because we want the United States Postal Service to actually forward those payments instead of sending them back to us if they're not deliverable. So.
But that number isn't available? You don't
I have the number for
available?
the last time. It may not be exactly the same this time because, as you know, we've got supply chain issues. Paper is getting more expensive, more difficult to get. I could
Would
give
you-
you an estimate of what they were before, but I don't know what they're going to be this time.
But the estimate would be helpful, I think, at least in my
I can
mind.
look that up. Yeah.
Okay, well, while we wait for you to pull that up, there's several other hands up. I'm not sure who is next. I think maybe from Sachs.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I mean, I'd be comfortable with a line that says in the most efficient means possible. I'm certainly not going to withhold my support for getting money in the hands of Mainers because we're quibbling over whether we should do it electronically or by mail. I think that should be best left to MRS. I also would note that my understanding was we have only the discussion of the supplemental budget before us. Representative Millett, Solomon Millett, in our AFA hearing actually said, this is what we're talking about now. We will deal with the change package if it should come to us. So much as I would love to have a greater discussion, I just wanted to clarify to with the chairs that right now we are talking about the supplemental budget before us, which does include the cost of the administration programming, mailing, public outreach, and taxpayer assistance must also come from this fund as well. So those costs of however it's distributed are already baked into this proposal. And we are only talking about, at the moment, the $510 in front of us. Is that correct?
Yep, that's correct. And if there's any change package, when that's presented, we will take that at that time. But for now, it's just the $510 is what's in front of us. And if we want to suggest something different than that, we certainly can. Additional hands up. Julie, go ahead. I think you're on mute.
Did you say me? I just wanted to mention, you've already pretty much moved to the last item on the chart, which is the actual statutes involving the making of the payment. And in looking at that language now, it does not say that language does not include the word checks. It just says that the state will make a payment to eligible Maine citizens. It doesn't say how the payment will be made, so it sort of leaves that open. I think perhaps that's what Ms. Lewis was talking to you about, what she was saying they were looking into options. So I mean, you could certainly provide any language you want in there, but the current language that's proposed in Part L of the language does not specify that it be made by check.
Go ahead, Representative Carey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was just going to say the same thing. I think I'm comfortable. As much as it sounds appealing for everything to go out electronically, I can see all sorts of problems using last year's banking information and hundreds or thousands of these things being returned. So I think payment and allowing the department to do it as they see fit seems plenty suitable to me.
Okay. And Representative Stuckis.
So, I guess one of my original questions, just ask Ms. Lewis, is there, do you have any issues with the idea of this being done by the end of this fiscal year? What is it, July 1, I believe, right?
It would be difficult for it to happen at the end of this fiscal year. We are planning on trying to get these out as soon as we can after July 1st, but there are issues with programming. Until we know what the final program is, we can't start a lot of that work. So.
Representative Carmichael, I think, was next, followed by Representative Bickford.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, in full disclosure, I contract for the Postal Service. So, you know, more business is more business. So, but I still have a concern with the, you know, with the paper checks. I'd love to see it get to the people as directly as possible. And I think that's probably going to be a substantial amount of money that it's going to cost us to do it that way. So I'd rather see the money put to better use, you know, in the state government rather than, you know, using it for postage and printing and all the other things. And I'd be interested when they are able to find that number. I'd like to know what it is.
Did you have that information, Ms. Lewis? Or?
Yeah, I do. Based on an estimate of 800,000 payments, the check stock and envelopes would be around $54,000 and the postal fees would be around $500,000. That covers postage, stuffing, inserts, if there's going to be an insert like there was last time, and the automatic forwarding. So
the whole thing would be less than $1 million to print and send out?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess my question is, if we get through this supplemental budget and then there's a change package and that change package changes the amount or increases the amount, do you mail 2 checks? Or, I mean, tell me how this works. I want this to be done now. I don't want to wait until, you know, May 1st to decide if we're going to change it to $750.
Do you have a comment on that, Ms. Lewis, in terms of how that would work, or maybe on?
I don't have a comment on that.
No. You want to chime in, Ms. Trundy?
Yeah, I can chime in on that. The governor has already publicly said that she intends to increase the amount to $750 when the change package comes forward. So that would just simply be, there wouldn't be a need for 2 checks. That would just be simply be the amount that we're operating on, because that would be the budget that is passed.
Okay.
So I guess my question is, then, why are we wasting our time? Why don't we bring the change package along at the same time as this and do it all at once? Aren't we wasting time?
No, Representative Bickford, this was presented to us, and then since this was developed and presented to AFA and to us, the change package came about and is, I think, still in working form, if I'm not mistaken. That hasn't been presented yet to AFA. So that happens all the time on budgets. There's change packages to regular budgets and supplementals. And since the time that this was developed, the revenues coming into the state, the projections actually, it turned out that we got more money coming in than what was projected. And so that's the I guess, the impetus for a change package in terms of how to spend that additional 400 something million dollars that is coming in or projected to come in and above and beyond what was originally projected. So that's the impetus for the change package. But that change package, I think, is still being developed and has yet to be presented. And that is all transpired since this was developed and presented.
Okay.
So,
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would still rather see us with that $750 payment versus 510.
Okay.
Thank you.
So several people have chimed in. I guess I'd like to kind of maybe say where I'm coming from on this. I mean, I've given it a lot of thought, and I know there's a lot of need out there, and talked about this with a few other committee members. I personally would like to target the money to people that are more in need than the thresholds put forward by the governor. So sending out $510 checks still, but not at the income thresholds presented by the governor, but by an alternative set of thresholds, which would be 50,000 per individual, 75,000 for head of household, and 100,000 for married filing jointly. That combined would be roughly about 660,000 people that would be getting checks. Slightly less than what the governor's proposed for a number of people receiving checks, but would save, I believe, about $72 million that would suggest be directed toward vulnerable Mainers who are in need right now in the area of mental health and affordable housing, and have some language that would, to that effect, that would be used for legislative priorities for vulnerable Mainers, not specifying any particular bills. But I do mention at this time in the conversation, mental health and affordable housing being two things that I'm interested in funding properly, and there's 4 bills on the table that have not been funded in this supplemental budget, and this obviously need for affordable housing. So still sending out checks, but to people that are a little bit more in need, a little bit more targeted than what's been presented. So if there is a motion to support this as presented, I would, not support that. Would support the alternative proposal that I just sort of outlined. Representative Carmichael, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this is going to be based on whether you filed a W-2 last year or not, as the previous program was? Is that true?
It's going to be based on whether you filed an income tax return.
Yeah, not necessarily a W-2. You could be a sole proprietor. It doesn't, it's filing your taxes.
Okay.
Yep.
Because I believe last time if you filed a 1099, you wasn't part of it. Anybody know if that's true? That was what I was told.
Dr. Allen, do you have a response to that maybe, or?
Yes, the program last year required you to have wage income. The proposal that the governor has for this supplemental budget does not require, it requires you to file an income tax return and to have income within the range that the governor has identified.
Right.
But it's just your federal adjusted gross income. It has what makes up that federal adjusted gross income could be anything: retirement income, business income, wages, whatever.
Anybody who files would be able to get it. And I know there's been some discussion about people that don't file for one reason or another, but they would, I guess, be able to file and get this if they don't otherwise need to.
Correct.
So there'd be additional people filing that would be able to then qualify for the property tax fairness credit and some other things they may not be getting right now. So.
So this, could I have a follow-up if I could?
Sure, go ahead, Representative Carmichael.
So this will include a lot more people than what, well, not a lot, but it would significantly more people than what we had in the last check.
Correct.
Is that true? Yeah.
Correct.
Okay. But I'd like to see something that makes it easier for the elderly, because, they're scared to death with filing tax returns if they don't need to, but because I haven't been able to come up with something I thought was pliable, I don't have anything to offer, but I think it's too bad to leave them out. I mean, they're really in need.
Go ahead, Representative Sachs.
I just want to say, and I will share this with you, my friend, Representative Carmichael, I'm putting together like a one-page tax tune-up time sheet because my parents don't file. They're well within the income limits. And I just want to publicly remind folks to go to Cash Maine or the AARP free tax services. Dr. Allen gave me a really great screenshot of If you file a 1040 and just check off the box around property tax fairness credit and file that in, you can even do that retroactively to 2018 and recoup some of those. So reminding our elder friends that there is a tax tune-up time to be had, even if you don't normally. And I will say my parents who live in New Sharon, Maine, hi, Mom and Dad, were really, they are the test case, and they have their appointment tomorrow to go in with the United Way to fill out this form. And I really, really recommend everybody take this tax tune-up time. But I'm happy to share that with you, Representative Carmichael, with my thanks to Dr. Allen for pointing out that it's a really simple form and that they can become not only eligible for this relief, but also take advantage of some tax programs that they probably didn't even know existed.
Thank you.
Yep, that's a good point. I'm not sure who was next. I think maybe Representative Collins.
No question from Representative Steckes is next.
Oh, go ahead, Representative Steckes.
Thank you. So I'm just trying to make sure I get this straight. So what we're saying is, as long as you filed a return, you're going to get a disbursement despite whether you actually paid in taxes, while at the same time we have a I guess a ceiling on, or a cap on, who can receive disbursement, which it would exclude a rather large portion of the taxpayers who actually pay in a much higher rate. Is that, am I getting that right? There's going to be some people that don't pay in any taxes that are going to get a disbursement, while at the same time there's going to be quite a few people who pay in a lot of taxes that get nothing.
It's going to be some people. I mean, depending on what AFA ultimately does with our recommendations, unless they vote to give a check to send a check to everybody, there'll be some, you know, say for instance, if they go with what the governor's proposed, I mean, there'll be people above those income thresholds that wouldn't qualify. But I don't think it's a substantial number of people, but it's definitely some people. I think her plan would send, maybe on your trend, it can correct me if I'm wrong, is it 800,000 or 900,000 people that would get checks under what's been proposed? Checks would be sent out. So, you know, it's the state of one.
So basically, yes. I mean, there's going to be people that don't pay any taxes that are going to get a check, and there's going to be people that pay a lot of taxes that don't get a check.
It'd be some. I mean,
from carpenter's perspective, sorry.
So may I just answer that question real quick?
Go ahead. I'm
sorry to jump ahead of you, Senator Pouliot. So Representative Steckes, we all pay taxes. I think part of the reason that we have this excess is because of our sales tax intake, and we all pay sales taxes. So I think it will depend, of course, the amount that you pay for sure. However, we all chip in, and I think she's trying to give us, you know, a little bit back of what we all chipped in.
Go ahead, Senator Pouliot.
Well, first I have a question for Representative Sachs, which is if her parents watch the tax committee meetings.
The answer is no, they don't even have a computer.
Or give them a shout out. So I was just wondering if they were maybe.
But we're on YouTube, Senator Pouliot. I can so force them to watch it later. So thank you for that concern.
Poor folks. But in all seriousness, I think the best way to maybe get to a common ground on this would be, I think I heard correctly from Ms. Lewis that approximately 60% of the filings are done electronically and may or may not be linked to some bank account. And so I think we ought to endeavor to give those folks that money now, or as soon as is possible. And then I think that we ought to set and establish a cutoff date of July 31st to make sure that the checks get in the mail for those folks who don't have bank accounts by July 31st. And I think if we could land on that, it would be a good way for us to assure the Maine people we're doing everything practicable to get them the money as quickly as possible.
So, Senator Pouliot, I think you or Representative Stekis had talked about lowering the tax rate as well. So are you're saying you support the checks?
Well, I support disbursements to Maine people in any way possible. The best way to disperse money to the Maine people without us having to go on and on and on about it every single time that we're in the legislature is to just eliminate the income tax. But no, now half the people on this call aren't going to go for that. So, I mean, I can count. I've been in the minority my whole legislative career. It doesn't take a rocket scientist to figure out we're not going to get those votes. So I think that this is a happy medium. And if we can land on that and get this out to folks as quickly as practical, then you know, we're on board.
So you want to require the checks be put in the mail by the 31st of July?
Well, I'd like them to get to people by the 31st of July. You know, we're still here only in March. That gives April, May, June, and July to get people their money. I mean, the Maine IRS is a great organization. They're very capable of getting us our bills on time. I'm sure that they can get people their money back on time as well.
Okay, we've got hands up from, go ahead, Julie, did you have something? You're on mute, Julie.
Sorry. I don't want it to seem like a particular position, but I just wanted to mention that the eligibility for this depends upon having filed an income tax return for for the tax year 2021. People can ask for an extension until October to submit their return for tax year 2021. So Maine revenues, the state tax assessor is not going to know until October of this year who has filed a return. I'm especially knowledgeable about this because I usually end up asking for an extension myself because tax time usually comes at the busiest time of the legislature, and I just don't have the heart to put together all my tax information to get the return in by April 15th. So I guess I'm speaking a little, I should tell you I have a conflict of interest, I guess, perhaps with that suggestion, but I just did want to mention to you in terms of establishing a July 31st date could be a problem for people who do end up filing a return for 2021, but not before July 31st.
Go ahead, Representative Bickford.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First of all, Julie, wouldn't that, if someone files an extension and they don't do their taxes until October, wouldn't that just create a tax credit for next year with that $510? Or would that check just go out after October for those individuals? Can someone from MRS answer that? That wasn't my initial question, but.
Yeah, yes, you have to file a 2021 tax return by October 31st to be eligible for the payment. So somebody that filed on extension October 15th, we would have their information.
Yeah, so even if the checks went out in July, August, September, you would still be putting checks out in probably November. So the July 31st is not necessarily an arguable date. We can't say July 31st isn't going to work because of people filing an extension.
I think the issue is as soon as the legislature enacts the bill, the law, Maine Revenue Services will immediately stop making the programming changes and setting up the program to send out the payments. And at the moment, our estimate is that by July 1st, we'll be ready to start sending out payments to Maine residents.
Perfect.
Based on the criteria that the legislature enacts.
So
and most of the returns will have been filed by July 1st, but there are people that file after July 1st. And
okay, so yeah, I do agree with Senator Pouliot that we should put an end date to this. They need to be either dispersed or mailed out by the end of July. That is not that hard a date.
Go ahead, Representative Collins.
Yes, I just wanted to comment real briefly that I see that there's consensus that we want to have immediate relief. We want to send these out as soon as possible. If we could do it tomorrow, that'd be great, but just logistically, with the way we have to vote and the way this can go into effect, and we haven't even reached the deadline for taxes yet, that I believe that the state, the main revenue services, I mean, I think they get that. I don't know if we need to, I mean, I don't know if it makes sense to put these restrictions on the way that our system works. Again, ideally, we'd like this to happen tomorrow, but it just can't. So, I mean, if it happens right around the beginning of July, the middle, the end, like I would imagine that they're not gonna try to delay this. So, and I would say that if we want this to be an expeditious process, that if, you know, they have a system in place where they can direct deposit immediately to some people, some might need a check. I mean, I think if that's the fastest way, we would do it. I wouldn't want us to try to mandate that it has to be a direct deposit, and then in the order to make the system work, it actually takes longer to make that change than it would to send those people checks that don't have a direct deposit option already with the state when they do their taxes. So I think we're all on the same page. I just want to be realistic about the expectations we have, and mandating a certain date when this has to go out. I think we just need to be reasonable. And I imagine that if it's around July 1st, I think it should be around that time. I mean, I don't think they're going to delay this for months and months. So
if I could just suggest something, because I don't support the current thresholds. I'm not going to be voting for that, for the alternative thresholds, but I also don't support tying the hands of the department and the state on a date to get things out. I mean, I trust they're going to get things out as soon as they can, because they know that people need relief in whatever form the checks are sent and whatever the amounts are. So if that's kind of a sticking point, I mean, this is a report back. You know, AFA is going to talk about this. They're going to decide ultimately what to do. And we got several other items to go through, including one on the educational opportunity tax credit that will probably yield quite a bit of discussion. And it's already 12:30. Could I suggest that those that want to have a cutoff date to send out checks have a report for that? Those that are fine with the governor presented without a cutoff have a report for that. Myself and others who want to join me on lower thresholds have a report for that, and then we just move forward.
Sounds good.
Okay. So we got hands up from a few more people. Go ahead, go ahead, Senator Poole. I think you're next.
Thanks. I believe with full confidence that our capable staff in state government can pull this off. I think that it's totally doable. There's going to always be hanging chads, if you will. We file extensions too. I mean, you know, so it's you know, and I'm not even going to be close to getting any of this money anyway. So, which is good, but bad, I guess. I don't know. So anyway, my point is, there's going to be some people that'll get checks later. But I think for the vast majority of filers, having that as a date, you know, is reasonable. And, you know, frankly, it helps keep everybody on moving forward with getting it out there as quickly as possible. So I don't think it's an unreasonable date, July 31st. And for those who have filed an extension, they'll just get something later, but the lion's share of Maine filers will get something much sooner than that. So if that has to be our minority report, and all can agree, so be it. But that's definitely where I'm at on this.
Well, I mean, I think we're probably going to have 3 reports, but totally respect where you're coming from, Representative Stuckis. You're the next. Go ahead.
So, yeah, not to beat a dead horse, but it's actually our job as the legislature. We direct departments daily on, you know, deadlines and timing and all those sorts of things. So this is certainly nothing out of the norm to say, you know, this department is going to do such and such by a certain date. We do it all the time. So seems like it'd be, you know, pretty easily done. Thanks.
think Representative Collins was next, but it looks like he stepped away for a second. So we'll go ahead, Representative Collins, you're back. Go ahead.
I just had forgotten to lower my hand, but now that I have your attention, I might as well I wanted to just one final time, hopefully ask Mr. Allen, is this something that realistically, physically can be done by saying that this date, you can guarantee it can happen? Are there some unforeseen things that we don't know that may delay that, and then there would be some sort of bind that we're in? I don't know what we could do if we want to have a date of July 31st and it's August 1st. Like what are we going to do to the revenue service? Like, what can we do? Like, take away your cookies? I mean, I don't know. So
I think the simple answer is, yeah, correct, Representative Collins. I mean, nobody wants these checks out sooner than the governor and the commissioner. That's the instructions that Maine Revenue Services has been given, to get them out as quickly as possible. And we think as soon as the legislature enacts it, we can start doing the programming and setting up the process. And at the moment, our estimate is July 1st. Those payments will start going out. Whether they can all be done by July 31st, I don't think that's realistic. If we can, we definitely will, but.
Okay, Representative Bickford, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to add, with all the talk we had yesterday about electricity prices through the roof, everybody in harm's way because they can't afford their electricity, there should be no reason that this should not be the highest priority that we have. And that's why I agree with Senator Pouliot that July 31st is, I believe, a good drop dead date on this. Thank you.
Go ahead, Representative Gramlich.
Thank you, Senator. I've been trying to kind of sit back and listen and take all of this in. I trust that our state, as others have said, I trust that our state employees, hardworking state employees, are capable of honoring the wishes of the administration and of the department in terms of getting this money out as efficiently and as quickly as they possibly can. I think everybody here understands it is a priority to get money back into the hands of our hardworking Maine families. And I support that. I'm concerned, however, with some of the income thresholds relative to folks. And I'm in truth and disclosure, I'm really looking at this through my lens as a social worker working for 40 years with vulnerable populations. And I personally would like to see I'd like to see more money in the hands of those who need it most, along the lines of what Representative Carmichael was saying with our older folks and with folks that are really vulnerable. There are people that are in my community of Old Orchard Beach, where probably 70% of my constituents are probably age 70 and older. They are struggling, and they don't earn anywhere. Single filers do not earn anywhere near $75,000 a year at all. And there's people in my district who do earn that, who have told me they don't need that. I would love to see more money going into the hands of those who need it most, who are really hurting. And I would support a proposal that would address that. Thank you.
Additional committee discussion. Not seeing any hands up. Go ahead, Representative Sachs.
So I support the proposal in the supplemental budget as proposed. The $510 checks done as efficiently as possible for COVID relief in this. And I say that, I have to say, for my own looking forward, I don't support the additional $250. I'd like to use that revenue forecast is uncertain according to the committee, and MRS has also stated some reservations about that. So I would not like to see the extra being added on, but if I'm just talking about this budget, the $510. And I say that because I have been contacted by constituents who have never contacted me before regarding food costs, fuel costs, just the rising cost of housing, all of it. And so I feel like the targeted thresholds that are based and grounded in identifiable targets to reach the majority 900,000 Mainers, this is the time to do so. And even as a social worker at this, and I understand the targeting, at this point, folks need relief in a lot of different ways. And so I just propose, for me, the report I would like to be on is the one that just supports the governor's supplemental budget proposal as proposed. Thank you.
Without I assume without a time frame for getting the checks out.
Correct. I believe that that's unnecessary. And I like things to be a little more clean. Thanks.
Okay. Representative Collins, go ahead.
Yes, I will be supporting more in lines of what Representative Gramlich and Senator Chipman had stated. I believe a more targeted approach, which would cover pretty much everyone that's being proposed to reach, but on the higher end of household income, scale that back a little bit to something that's more reasonable and would realistically help most people in Maine. I think that might free up a little bit of money that could go to a lot more of some proposals unfunded on the table right now that I believe meet the threshold of a higher crisis, with definitely mental health crisis, the substance abuse crisis, and a whole other list of items. But those are the two that I think we don't take seriously enough or fund enough. And so, I'm fine with giving this money back as soon as possible. And I know people need it. I know people are hurting, but I feel that definitely, yes, it's reasonable for about 75,000 for a household. That seems to be in line of a fair place to be. As far as total combined income, I don't think we need to be 150,000. I think 100,000 is fine. I think having almost $8,500 a month in income, anywhere you live in the state, that you're going to be okay. And while there are some inconveniences in the short term that we're all experiencing, I think that those people will be okay that make above that amount in a household, and that we do need to take some of this surplus money and deal with, I think, what I consider to be greater crises that aren't getting the full attention and have been compounding for years. And we just, every session, walk away without addressing them and just say, we did the best we can. We'll try next session. Well, I think it's getting to the point where it's so bad that we need to do more. And I hope we can do that. So thank you.
Thank you. And I share those concerns as well. The unmet needs of mental health particularly. And I understand there's 4 bills that aren't being proposed to be funded that are on the table. And, Representative Gramlich has been fighting for 20 years for these things. And, we keep being told we don't have the money, And now that we actually have money, we should fund those. They're really important. I mean, I represent a district that has on any given night 500 homeless people on the street. And a lot of that homelessness is being driven by mental health crises. I mean, I can look out my window of my house and see people walking down the street screaming at each other that are in mental disarray, and they need help and they're not getting help. And I want to see something done about it now that we have the money to do it. So I completely echo those sentiments, and that's why I will be presenting an alternative proposal of thresholds that will still get checks out to the majority of people in the state. And I'll go over those numbers when I present the motion, but I won't support a motion on what's being proposed by the governor for those reasons. Representative Gramlich, go ahead.
Thank you, Senator. I want to be abundantly clear, and I'm happy to stand corrected. What is in front of us here today is the governor's proposal for the supplemental budget in terms of her appropriation of $411 million. Now, I will say for the record, as you did say, Senator Chipman, I have been working on behavioral health care issues for 20 plus years in Augusta. And it is something that I feel very passionately about. It is something that I've been advocating for a very long time. But I just want to be clear. What we're talking about right now is the governor's proposal. Now, would I like to see other appropriations of funds going elsewhere within the supplemental budget? You bet. I already testified in front of the Health and Human Services Committee about that. So I just want to just be very clear about where I stand, and in terms of folks that are really, really struggling, I think there's a lot more that are earning far less than $150,000 on a joint income. They're hurting, and they're not earning anywhere near that much money. And I would like to see more money going into their pocketbooks, because they need it more. They certainly need it more than I do. And that's where I stand. Thank you.
Great. Thank you for that. I think Representative Bickford may have been next.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Are we ready to put our positions out on this now?
If you'd like to make a motion, anybody can do that, sure.
Well, I have a question first.
Sure, go ahead, Senator Pouliot.
So Senator Chipman, I was listening to what you were saying about helping those Mainers with the, making this more equitable in terms of distribution for means and so forth. I'm wondering if you'd be open to an elimination of the lowest tax rate bracket.
I don't know. I mean, I'd want to see what's being proposed. I mean, I don't know if I can commit to that at this point. I mean, I'd be interested in lowering taxes for the lowest income Maine residents, but I also want to make sure mental health bills are funded and affordable housing is funded too. So it depends for me, like who's going to be impacted, how much money that's going to cost the state or take out of the general fund, and so on and so forth. I mean, if we could lower the lowest bracket for the lowest income Maine residents, put more money in their pockets, fine. But if it's going to put also money in the pockets of everybody by doing that, I wouldn't want to do that. So I'd just have to know how it would work, I guess.
Yeah, because right now the rate, I believe, is 5.8 for those between 0 and 22,450. What about if we made that zero from 0 to 22,450?
Senator Pouliot, can I ask a quick question?
Go ahead, Representative Terry.
Sorry to interrupt. I'm wondering, Senator Pouliot, are you talking about doing that for this budget?
Forever.
Not okay, but I mean doing it by this means through this budget.
Using this money to pay for it, yes.
So you would be willing to change the tax bracket in a supplemental budget without understanding what the consequences were on the other side of it?
What kind of
I just want to make sure that I got that right.
What kind of consequences are there from?
We don't know. We don't know because it hasn't. We wouldn't know that until it got vetted out, which would require a full work session at least, I would imagine.
Yeah, I guess I just don't see any downside to giving people their money back. But Senator Chipman said that he's more in favor of means testing this, and that would be a very fast way to do it. And also,
maybe
I don't know how much it would cost, but I'm curious. What would it cost to start the tax rates at 22,450?
Senator Pouliot, with what you're proposing, I mean, wouldn't that essentially cut everybody's taxes as well as those at the bottom? I mean, maybe I'm not understanding it right, but
no, it just changed the start bracket to 22,450 instead of 0.
Right, but the first 22,450 would be exempt for everybody, including people that make 100,000, right?
No, I mean it depends on what they're. Yeah, I mean, anybody would be from 0 to 22,450, and then above that, the rates would apply. And you see how simple it is when you just eliminate taxes? Just don't have to think about all this stuff.
I hear what you're saying, but I wouldn't. I mean, I don't think people that make six-figure incomes need to have the first 22,500 exempt. I mean, if we're going to exempt people at that income level from taxes, that's one thing. But if we're exempting everybody from that first amount of that income, that's where I would have some concern, because I don't know why we would be essentially lowering taxes for everybody, but I'm for lowering them for the lowest income people in the state, I guess. I mean, I'm happy to talk with you more about it. I'm just not sure if this is the right venue at this point without having more data on it. I'm not sure. But.
It's okay. Hopefully we'll have a much more robust discussion next session.
Sure.
We talked about looking at the brackets, and we didn't do that between last year and this year. And I think we still should look at the different brackets and maybe make some adjustments. But I mean, I think it's hard to do that in the context of a supplemental budget. And I just would want to have more data, know who's going to benefit and who's not. Go ahead, Representative Bickford.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Knowing that there's going to be another supplemental put on top of this one. I'm gonna suggest that we move in the Part A that we're discussing right now with a $510 disaster relief payment, and also that checks or disbursements be made by July 31st.
Okay, so you're making a motion to move in the disaster relief payments as presented by the governor.
As presented with a disbursement date no later than July 31st.
July 31st, okay.
I'll
Julie,
second that.
And that's been seconded by Representative Carmichael. And we have a question, it looks like from Julie. Go ahead.
I know you talked about people who submit their tax returns after July 31st. I'm not sure how you're envisioning that happening. There will be a certain percentage of filers who will not have filed their return before July 31st, or even in July perhaps, where Maine Revenue Service, where the state tax assessor is not able to determine that those people should be receiving a payment. Are you intending that those people would not receive a payment, or perhaps are you saying perhaps that the payments have to be made by July 31st?
Those that have
For
filed.
people who have filed by
Right.
April 15th,
Yes.
and that people have filed after April 15th, that it could be made later.
Right, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
All right, additional discussion, Senator Pouliot, go ahead.
Yeah, just that we need to add into that amendment, Bruce, about those who have bank accounts established with the state would get their funds via electronic disbursement, and those who do not would get the disbursements by mail.
Yes, I would like to add that in. Thank you.
Okay, so it'll be added into the motion by Representative Bickford.
Yeah, that was what I meant by disbursements, and I didn't clarify.
Go ahead, Representative Sachs.
I just want to say you almost had me supporting it, Representative Bickford, without all that extra language, but thank you for moving it. But I will not be voting for this particular one because of those two extra caveats, but thank you for moving it.
Additional committee discussion. Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion made by Representative Bickford? It looks like there's 4 voting in favor of that. Do you have all the names, Julie? It's 4. Looks like 4 votes in favor of that. You're on mute, Julie.
Julie, you're on mute.
You're on mute.
I have a problem with that today, don't I? I'm sorry. I know you don't usually like to take roll call votes, and that's not exactly what this is, but I can't write down the names and look at what hands are up at the same time. If somebody could just read off to me. So
we had
on,
the votes
on this report, if you could just tell me
the
the names of people who voted yes for this.
We had Senator Pouliot, which we got Representative Stetkis, Representative Bickford, and Representative Carmichael are in
Great,
favor
thank you.
of that motion. So that's their report. This was presented by Representative Bickford. So now we've got hand up from Representative Sachs. Go ahead.
I'd like to make a motion to move in this item as proposed.
A motion by Representative Sachs to move in the item as proposed. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Representative Terry. Further committee discussion. I'm not going to support this for the reasons that I stated, and we'll be presenting an alternative motion as I've outlined. So all those in favor of this motion, please signify.
Lena, will you call the names?
Yep. Representative Sachs and Representative Terry, Julie.
Okay. So that's the report of them and anybody else who joins them who aren't here that want to vote afterwards. Okay, and then so a final report I'd like to make a motion for and try to articulate as clearly as I can. It's an alternative set of thresholds. So it would be the $510 disaster relief payment sent out to, as proposed, the means of sending it out would stay the same as what the governor proposed in terms of the time frame. There wouldn't be a cutoff time of when to send out. They just get them out as quick as they can, as they've said. But the thresholds used for who would receive these $510 payments would be for a single person, $50,000 income or less would be the threshold for those single. And the threshold for those of head of household, filing as head of household would be 75,000. And those filing at married, filing jointly would be $100,000 in income or less, would receive these payments. And would like to also add some language in terms of the savings, because I believe it would be about $72 million, give or take, that would be saved as a result of this. We wanted to add some language that would say that that additional revenue from the savings would be used to fund other pertinent funding priorities to assist vulnerable Mainers. So I don't know if you have all that down, Julie, or if you have any questions or anything.
When you're talking about the $72 million savings, you're talking about savings from reducing the threshold levels?
Yeah, so the $411 million that the governor's proposed to, that this is going to cost, I believe, and it could be give or take a little bit, but it would be about $340 million that it would cost to send $510 checks to the folks that I just outlined with the lower thresholds. So it'd be about $70 million, so $72 million in savings from what the governor proposed, and that be used for assisting the language that I mentioned about the priorities for vulnerable Mainers.
I'm hesitant to use the $72 million figure without getting an estimate from.
Yeah, don't use the figure. Just say that the additional savings from what's been proposed by the governor would be used for that. So the governor proposing spending $411 or $412 million on relief payments. With these lower thresholds, there's going to be some savings from that because we're not sending as many checks out to people at the higher brackets, and then that savings would be used to fund the language that I had outlined to be used for other pertinent funding priorities to assist vulnerable Maine residents.
Okay, yeah.
Okay.
Can I ask you a question?
Go ahead, Representative Bickford.
Now, when we're talking about income, we're talking about adjusted gross income, right?
I would use the same method of determining the income as the governor's using, just with different thresholds. So if it's adjusted gross income, then we use adjusted gross income. Yeah.
All right, and
that's what's used in the bill is federal adjusted gross income.
All right, and I haven't heard a second yet.
Is there a second? Seconded by Representative Collins. So go ahead. We're in discussion. So go ahead, Representative Collins.
Yeah, I mean to clarify, really, I don't know if we really need to do a formal motion and second. I mean, we're just giving those of us that haven't voted already, we're just giving kind of what we want a report to be. So,
yeah.
But yeah, I'm in favor. I'll be voting on that report. So yes.
Yeah. Well, if there isn't any further discussion, we can go ahead and vote on this report. Is there any further discussion from anybody? Questions? No. So all those in favor of this motion, please signify.
Senator Tippman and Representative Collins.
So others will be able to vote afterwards as they can on the other motions as well. So we'll now move on to our next item in the budget. We'll let Julie walk us through that item.
Bringing up the chart. The next item is, there are two items actually that you might want to think about at the same time. They are additional appropriations to the Bureau of Revenue Services. One is to $99,276 to establish one revenue agent necessary to comply with Public Law 2019, Chapter 441, which was the law providing for sales and use tax collection from marketplace facilitators. The second is to establish 3 new tax examiner positions at Maine Revenue Services and contracted temporary support associated with the new simplified student loan payment credit. Again, that's language which is further on down the chart, but if you move forward with that recommended change, the administration is requesting 3 tax examiner positions and contracted temporary temp support associated with the new student loan repayment credit. The amount of $341,410. These are both in FY23.
So we're on item 2, right? In the hearing reminder, Julie. So item
2 and 3.
2 and 3. So we I think we have to vote on them separately, right?
You're right. I should have just done 2.
So let's take item 2 first. Is there any discussion on item 2 or a motion, Representative Terry? Oh, you're on mute, Representative Terry.
Apologies. I was going to make a motion to move it in.
I'll second.
So we have a motion by Representative Terry, second by Representative Pickard to move in item 2. Any discussion? Seeing none. All those in favor, please signify.
Julie, I'm going to stop screen sharing real quick. So I can see. There we go.
So you want to read off the
Ready?
name, Lena, just so that we have that for Julie?
Yeah, I just want to make sure. Hold on. All right, I have Representative Terry, Representative Bickford, Senator Chipman, Representative Carmichael, Representative Sachs, Representative Collins, and Senator Pouliot. Did I miss anybody?
No, I think that's everyone.
Okay.
So we'll now, that passes. We'll now move on to item 3, which I think Julie just articulated, but someone wants to make a motion or we have a discussion on that.
There, where I was going to vote in opposition, do we need to?
Oh, you're going to vote in opposition to the last item?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so I'm sorry, I didn't realize, so those in opposition to item 2.
Right, the screens were moving around a bunch, easy to know.
Yeah, sorry about that.
Oh, that's fine.
Those in opposition to item 2, we have Representative Steckus. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
All right,
Thank you.
great. So now we'll move to item 3. Go ahead, Representative Bickford.
A motion to move in item number 3.
Second.
I have a question on this.
We can definitely have some discussion. Representative Bickford's made a motion to move in item 3 and seconded by Representative Terry. Discussion, Senator Pouliot, go ahead.
Yeah, so first of all, I want to say to those from the department that are on the staff, thank you for all the great work on this. However, the primary reason for making the change was to simplify the program, make it easier to administer. So I'm left wondering why we need more staff to administer an easier program. I'd just like an update on that.
Is there someone from the department that can respond to that? Who's with us? I see Dr. Allen or Mr.
Ms.
Delisandro.
Papaduck, maybe.
I'm sorry?
Maybe Ms. Papaduck.
And Ms. Papaduck, are you able to join us to answer that question?
She should be.
Oh, Dr. Allen is with us. Dr. Allen, do you have a response?
I was hoping Ms. Popadoc would jump on. Here she is, I think. No,
Yep.
there
we
she
are.
is. Yeah.
Welcome, Ms. Papadoc.
Hi, thank you. Sorry about that. My monitors are all screwy. So yes, this program is going to increase substantially the number of users of the program. We have the EOTC claimed by approximately 13,000 or so taxpayers right now. I think the new amount of folks who will be able to take advantage of this because of the parameters simplifying and opening up, and some of these parameters that used to not be retro, these things are going to open up to approximately, say, 55,000 or so taxpayers who will qualify. So that is a decent amount of, that's a large increase in work. And so we do need additional help. Another part of the program is that the carry forward of unused credits will need to help the taxpayers calculate what that is so they can take advantage of the carry forward. That's for, excuse me, through the end of 2026, before 2027. So there's going to be a very large increase in work. We will have to have people submit some of their, folks who did not qualify before, perhaps because they earned 1 credit outside of a Maine college. They earned it from a college outside of Maine, or depending on the year, maybe they earned 31 credits from the college not in Maine. Those folks will now be opened up to this program, and that will be a huge flood of new worksheets and reviews.
Okay, fair enough. Just wanted that on record and, and assurance. I mean, I figured there was a reason, but I was still kind of scratching my head as to why with a simplified program, but what you just said makes sense. So I'm willing to support this. Thank you.
Right. Any additional committee discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of item 3, please signify.
Lena, can you read us again?
Yes, let me try to get. All right. I have Senator Chipman, Senator Pouliot, Representative Bickford, Representative Collins, Representative Sachs, Representative Terry. Right?
Sounds
All right.
good.
Is there anybody opposed, or did everybody vote? No, we got a few opposed, yeah.
Yeah, your hand's still up.
Senator Pouliot, you're not opposed. So we've got, go ahead and read the names for those opposed, Lena.
Representative Carmichael and Representative Seckus.
Okay. All right. So now we'll move on to the next item on our chart, item 4.
Item 4, you recall from not too long ago now, you heard the municipal cost component bill to raise the revenue for providing municipal services in the unorganized territory. Recall that the state receives that property tax money from the unorganized territory and then distributes it to wherever it needs to go for the services to be provided. In this instance, it's relating to the services that are paid to the counties to reimburse them for services that they are providing, municipal services that they are providing in the unorganized territory. It says provides an appropriation, but it's technically speaking not an appropriation, it's actually an allocation. That's my mistake. From the Unorganized Territory Education Services Fund, which is where the money goes when it's collected, the property tax. So this is providing essentially the permission for that money to be spent out of that fund to reimburse the counties for the amounts that they're entitled to for their provision of municipal services.
Okay, go ahead, Representative Terry.
Move that we put this in.
Second.
So a motion made by Representative Terry to move this in, seconded by Representative Bickford. Committee discussion. Seeing none, all those in favor, please signify.
Okay. Thank you.
That's everyone present.
All right. Yeah, I can read them too if you need me to.
I don't need you to as long as it's all present.
Yes, everybody.
All right. So now we'll move on to item under the Finance Authority of Maine.
The next two are the ones. The next two are the ones that I mentioned when you started the process that are included in here for your information, but not because they are part of your jurisdiction as far as the Appropriations Committee is concerned. So the next two you don't need to vote on, but they're here for your information. One is an appropriation to the Finance Authority of Maine to market the new educational opportunity credit that is being proposed in the language part of the bill. Did I say the amount? $26,500 in FY23 to market the fund. The other one is an appropriation or an allocation, I'm sorry, the State Housing Authority from the home fund to it's a change to increase the amount of allocations to the home fund or from the home fund to be able to expend money, additional money, which is generated, well, not generated, but recognized as a result of the Revenue Forecasting Committee report of December 2021. So the part that was allocated for the home fund expenditures was in the biennial budget was lower than the actual amount that we now know is forecasted as a result of the December 21st report. This is simply saying, yes, they can spend that money too.
All right, Senator Pouliot.
Sorry, this dang hand thing, it ought to like self-lower itself after like 30 seconds or something. Plus like auto unmute if you talk a lot.
Committee discussion. Would someone like to make a motion?
We don't need to make a motion on that.
Okay. All right. Why don't we make a motion on it?
Julie just said those are informational pieces. They're not things that we need to vote on.
Okay. All right. So great. So we'll move on to the next item under the State Housing Authority.
Did you not just do that?
We did Finance Authority of Maine, right?
We did FAME and the home fund.
Oh, we
Yes,
did.
Julie?
Yes, I think you did both.
Yes,
Okay.
we just did both.
All right.
I'll also mention, just also for your information, the Educational Opportunity Tax Credit provision is under the jurisdiction of the Innovation Committee, and the State Housing Authority provision is under the jurisdiction of Labor and Housing Committee. So those committees will be reporting on those sections.
All right. So now we'll go to the
Property
state.
tax review now, right?
Yeah, State Board of Property
Yes.
Tax Review, item 7.
Item 7, State Board of Property Tax Review. I think you heard about this issue earlier in the session. I'm not sure. I don't recall exactly in what context it came up, but what this language does is to provide a general fund appropriation to the State Board of Property Tax Review to establish a limited period director position and a limited period office specialist to support the board through June 30th, 2025. I know that the board had indicated earlier on that they were getting quite far behind with regard to their processing of appeals because for lack of staff. And I believe that this is directed towards solving that particular problem.
Okay. And that we don't need to vote on?
No, we do need to vote on that.
We need to vote on this. Okay, great.
Yep.
So committee discussion, go ahead, Representative Bickford.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Julie, isn't this just an unfilled position? Why is it a new position?
I think I might be able to help with that.
Okay, thanks.
So they don't have a director at the moment. They've got a chairperson at the moment, and it's not enough for what they need to, especially right this minute, cover the backlog. I think Anya's here. She can get a little bit deeper into that.
That would be better. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Anya.
Yeah, so currently the board has a chair who is a volunteer of the board, and they are essentially functioning as the director of the board. And it's really just more than can reasonably be expected of a volunteer position based upon what the workload is of the board, especially with the existing backlog currently. And so the proposal is to create 2 professional staff that would provide the staffing resources to get the backlog cleared.
So they've never had professional staff? Is that what you're saying?
They've never had professional staff. The board was for a long time kind of a a project of a very strong board chair who had really led it. And he's no longer with the board.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Representative Steckes.
That partially answered my question. I'm unfamiliar with the board and just wondering how long this board's been in existence without these two positions.
I'm not positive, but I think that the board dates back to the mid 1980s.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And I can throw in a little extra something in there. They have typically not, there's a bunch of new stuff that's happened since the 80s and it hasn't sort of kept up with the times. These are, if I'm not mistaken, Anya, these are still temporary. These are temporary positions till we get the backlog filled. But I think next session, we're going to need to relook at the board itself and try to make it so it's more kept up with the times, a more modernized version.
Yes, that is correct. We're proposing temporary positions because we anticipate wanting to take a deeper look at the board overall.
Representative Sachs.
I was going to make that point, but also at this point, if it's appropriate, Mr. Chair, I'd like to motion to move this item in.
I'll second.
So we have a motion by Representative Sachs and seconded by Representative Bickford to move this item in. Additional discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Bickford, Sachs, Terry, Collins, Chipman. Is that it?
All those opposed?
Did you get Senator Pouliot?
I did not. Is Pouliot in favor?
I was in favor.
Okay. So opposed is Carmichael
and Stetkis.
Stetkis. Okay.
All right. So now we'll move on to the state treasurer, item 8 on the chart.
These items are having to do with revenue sharing, and there are two of them. They are both related to additional money identified in the revenue forecasting report as being available for these purposes. The first one, because it's alphabetically first in the budget, is the disproportionate tax burden fund, which is revenue sharing 2. So what this provision is doing is allocate funds to revenue sharing for municipalities with property tax rates exceeding 10 mils, which is revenue sharing 2. Brings the allocation into line with projected available resources. So it's no change to anything. It's just recognizing that due to revenue forecasting changes, additional money is available for that purpose.
Okay.
I can talk about the subsequent one too. You may want to vote on them separately, but the subsequent one, item 9, is for revenue sharing 1, same issue to make available for distribution through revenue sharing 1, additional revenues that are projected to be available due to revenue forecasting issues.
Go ahead, Representative Bickford.
I'm going to move. Can I move both 8 and 9 in at the same time? Or do you want them separate?
You probably should do them separate. I don't know.
All right, I'll move item 8 in.
Second.
So the motion by Representative Bickford, seconded by Representative Terry to move in item 8. Any community discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor?
I'm on mute. That's everybody that's here.
Thank you.
All right. So now we're on item 9. Representative Bickford.
I'll make a motion to move in item 9.
Second.
So we have a motion by Representative Bickford, seconded by Representative Terry to move in item 9. Community discussion. You've got your hand up, Senator Pouliot. I assume that's just from the vote. Yep. Seeing no community discussion, all those in favor?
everybody that's here, Julie. And I can read them out if you need to.
No, I'm all set.
Right.
That
brings us
takes,
to-
oh, sorry.
I was just going to say that brings us to the language parts. We have to go through those as well.
Yes, I was going to say the same thing. Moving on to the language parts. The first one is Part E. I am unmute. Yes, I'm unmuted. Part E relates to the earned income tax credit. So the supplemental budget proposes to increase the earned income tax credit for tax years beginning on or after January 1st, 2022, from the current 25% to 50% of the federal earned income tax credit for individuals with no qualifying children, and from 12% to 25% of the federal earned income tax credit for all other eligible individuals. And it's expected or estimated to result in decreased income tax revenue of a little over $26 million in FY23.
Go ahead, Representative Terry.
I make a motion to move this in.
All right, so motion by Representative Terry to move this in. Representative Bickford.
You can take a second. I have a question.
Sure, go ahead.
Okay. My question is, this is being funded from additional monies coming in. When we do this, doesn't this change our baseline budget for the next biennium by the same amount? Therefore, creating a real problem for government in the next biennium trying to do a budget?
Maybe Dr. Allen has some perspective on that.
This is a revenue reduction. So it goes into the baseline. If enacted, it will go into the baseline
As the cost.
for the 20, yes, as a reduction in revenue for FY24 and FY25 that the revenue forecasting committee will then make adjustments to.
So if we have a downturn in revenue, we could have a real budgeting problem in the next biennium. Is that correct?
If we have a revenue in a recession, there could be a revenue shortfall. Yes.
Okay. All right. I'm satisfied. I'll
Yeah.
second.
Seconded by Representative Bickford. While you're here, Dr. Allen, is it sort of projected that I've heard that all of the new revenue that's come in with the surplus, that the thought is that roughly half of that will continue to come in the future, and it's not just a bump in the economy, that it's going to be sort of long-term revenue maybe that we think we can count on, and so we won't necessarily have a problem with something like this.
The revenue forecast that was released on March 1st increased general fund revenues by $361 million in the FY24-25 biennium. So at the moment, based on the economic forecast, certainly that the bump is expected to continue.
Yeah. Okay. So any other discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of this motion, please signify.
All right. Oh. Julie, you want me to read them out to you? Yeah, mute.
It's everyone, I think, isn't it? And as long as it's everyone, I'm okay.
I didn't see Senator Pulley at the end. Sorry. I was gonna.
All right. So now it brings us to Part F, the property tax fairness credit.
Yes, Part F relates to the property tax fairness credit. It increases the maximum property tax fairness credit for tax years beginning on or after January 1st, 22, from $750 to $1,000 for resident individuals age 65 or older, and from $12,000, no, it's under 65. Sorry about that. From 750 to 1,000 for persons under 65, and from 1,200 to 1,500 for resident individuals 65 or older. The decreased revenue as a result is estimated to be $6.65 million in FY23.
All right, Representative Bickford.
Move this in.
Second.
Motion by Representative Bickford to move this in, seconded by Representative Terry. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Julie, that's everybody here.
Thank you.
All right, so and that brings us to Part G, the Educational Opportunity Tax Credit.
Yes, and this is actually, Part G is a small part of this issue. Part H is the body of the changes to the Educational Opportunity Program. But what Part G does is to provide and I made a change at the suggestion of Bill Norbert from FAME, who I believe is an attendee if you want to talk to him either about this or Part H as well. Under the current Educational Opportunity Tax Credits, there is a provision that permits employers, well, not that employers, that's a different issue. There is the issue, this is a change that you actually made a year or two ago, where there's the Alfond Leaders Program, which is administered by FAME, where the Alfond Leaders Program will pay, contribute to the payment of student loans for eligible former students who have the loan payments. What happens is that when a third party pays for something like that, it becomes part of federal gross income. What this provision does in Part G is to say that is to provide a deduction in the state of Maine. So if the Alfond Leaders Program is making a third party payment on behalf of a student loan obligation, that the former student receiving that benefit will be able to deduct the amount of that from their federal adjusted gross income for purposes of calculating their state income. So they won't have to pay a tax on the fact that they benefited from the Alfond Leaders Program. That's what Part G is.
Okay. Representative Collins, go ahead. Guess you didn't. You don't have anything. Okay. Discussion. Representative Bickford.
Yeah, I'll move this in.
Second.
So motion has been made and seconded to move this in. Discussion. Seeing none, all those in favor, please signify.
Julie, everybody here.
Thank you.
Carries. So that brings us to Part H, job creation through the Educational Opportunity Program.
Part H is the body of the language which replaces the Educational Opportunity Credit Program with what it describes as a broader and simpler refundable student loan payment credit for up to $2,000 for an individual's repayment of student loans for taxable years beginning on or after January 1st, 2022. Unused credit amounts from the credit, unused credit carryover amounts from the credit for educational opportunity may be claimed and applied to the new credit or a qualified individual by a qualified individual for tax years beginning before January 1st, 27. So from the old program, if they have carryover credits, they'll be able to use them under the new one until 2027, subject to the annual credit limit under the new credit of $2,000. The part also repeals the provision which provides this credit under the insurance premium tax credit as well. We do that for a number of credits, although not all, that because insurance premium tax is a substitute for income tax for insurance companies. So this would repeal that for, in this instance, for those insurance companies who file premium tax. The estimated decrease in income tax revenue, because this would expand the credit to a much broader range of student loans and former students, decrease income tax revenue by about $40 million in FY23. I know we have people here who can speak to you much better than I can about the details of this credit, and I'm going to kind of leave that to them if that's possible to answer your questions, which I'm sure you have.
Yeah, if you can maybe take the chart down, if we're going to have a little bit of a robust discussion around this. Senator Pouliot's got his hands up. Go ahead, Senator Pouliot.
Well, I don't have kids, but this certainly feels like a baby. I think that we've done a great job moving this forward, and much like the Honorable Mr. Jorgensen said yesterday, I don't want to shoot a gift horse in the mouth here at all. But we did agree as a committee that the number, should be 2,500, not 2,000. And I already think that there's a number of folks who are, going to be seeing a reduction in this amount, who may fiscally be able to absorb it more than others, but still, certainly wouldn't want to go below the 2,500. I do have two questions. So of course I would be proposing an amendment to this line item to increase the number from 2,000 to 2,500. But in addition to that, I'm hoping while we have such a wealth of knowledge from the department on this call, someone could help articulate why we need to still keep the carry forward in place if folks are going to be getting a refundable credit. And also, I guess I'm kind of assuming that they may have amassed a number of credits, but they're going to be capped out at 2,500. Would it be better to just say that folks will get the 2,500, or is it somehow to give them credit for payments made previously that they may not make in a future year so that they can still get the 2,500? That's my first question, and I'll leave it at that, but I do have a second one.
Is there someone here who can answer that question?
I'll take a shot at it, and John Sagas is here. He can jump in as well as Heather. As far as the carryovers, so there's been some discussion about quote unquote grandfathering certain individuals. And in thinking about the new student loan repayment credit, there was some concern about individuals that were eligible under the old program for a non-refundable credit and had relatively low income. And so while they were eligible for the educational opportunity tax credit, they really haven't been able to avail themselves of that credit up to this point because they just haven't had enough tax liability to utilize that non-refundable credit. And so they're sitting on quite a good amount of carryovers that hopefully in future years they're going to be able to use under the Opportunity Main Credit program. So the idea was to allow them to carry that forward into the new program and possibly have the opportunity to utilize those credits over the course of the first 5 years of the student loan repayment credit.
Go ahead, Senator Pouliot.
Thank you. So I guess I'm confused though, because if the new program is refundable, then what do they need?
Yep. So let's say they make a payment of their current student loan payment is $100 a month.
Mm-hmm.
So they're eligible for $1,200.
Right.
But they just haven't been able to use it or use all of it because they don't have enough liability. So they're accumulating these carryover credits. Under the new program, they'd be still making $100 a month of payments. So they'd be eligible for a refundable $1,200. And they would be able to use up to $800 of carryovers to reach the $2,000 maximum for the tax year. So it's allowing them to hopefully burn off some of those carryovers that they just haven't been able to use under the existing program.
Okay, yeah, okay, that makes sense. Yeah, I'm in favor of that. The more money we give back to people, the better. The other thing was, what's the status of, and you've kind of touched on it a little bit, what's the status of folks who are in the STEM program? I know we really had chatted briefly, or perhaps I did on the phone with Ms. Trundy about an idea that I had of trying to keep folks who were already in the program. So not to add administrative burden for trying to figure out who is or isn't. We've already determined that they're in, they've already filed the paperwork, all that kind of stuff. We make the assumption that nothing changes because, I mean, if they got a STEM degree and that was verified in 2017, that's still a valid fact in 2022. So are we able to help some folks? I'm particularly concerned about the healthcare field. In Maine, it's already a crisis anyway, and a lot of those folks have, you know, STEM degree. I don't want to muddy the water here at all, but I'm just wondering if there's been any internal discussions about that a piece, and I know that's important to Senator Chipman as well.
Go ahead, Ms. Trundy, do you have any thoughts on that? Oh, I think you're on mute, Ms. Trundy.
Apologies. I think I would let Mike answer this question.
So, you know, the commissioner certainly heard many of the questions that both this committee and AFA had, as well as testimony at the public hearing on concerns about this issue. There has been some discussions about possible, again, for lack of a better word, grandfathering to help out those people that are going to be impacted for the reasons that Senator Pouliot just mentioned. What the commissioner just wanted me to tell you today is that any solution to that the governor may come forward with would be within the new student loan repayment tax credit. I don't think the administration would like to have two programs going at the same time. So any solution would be within the new program.
Let me throw this idea out to folks. So, you know, I've had some conversations with other members of the committee when we caucused this earlier, and what I wanted to just throw out there for discussion is, I know that this budget item calls for ending the current program and starting the new program, and I'm on board with the new program. We passed Senator Pouliot to bill for that. I'm on board with keeping it at 2,500. But in terms, I mean, I have received a few phone calls from constituents, and I think Senator Pouliot said from a number of people that are just hearing about this and saying that they feel like the rug's being pulled out from underneath them. You know, they chose to stay in Maine. They're STEM graduates. They're getting credit of, you know, $4,000 or something. Now it's going to go down to $2,000, and they're upset. And I kind of understand that. And so what I would ask is it possible to keep the current program open only for people who are currently enrolled in it, and then phase it out over 4 years and just reduce the amount that they can get by 25% each year for 4 years until it's gone. So it's sort of a slow ramp down of that program and not just ending it all together for them. So if they're a STEM graduate already in the program, they continue to stay in. We wouldn't allow anybody else in because we're phasing this out over 4 years, and we would just reduce the amount that they can get by 25% each year for 4 years until that program is then ended. And if they want to leave that program after 2 years and go into the new program, they could do that if it's a bit more beneficial to them, but we wouldn't allow any new people into the old program, obviously, to sort of ramp that down. And I just wondered what folks think about that, if you think that's something that could be administered, or if that's you know, something folks would support. And you got your hand up, Senator Pouliot.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea. You know, I talked to Senator Bailey. She's on APROPS, and she's been getting a lot of those same things. And she's like, look, I'm not going to be pulling the rug out from people's feet, you know. So I think it warrants this discussion about what might be a viable path. What you've just proposed seems very reasonable. But I also, it's like we're walking on a fence here, you know, because on the one hand, you know, we want the equitable nature of the program and the ease of administering or maybe not ease. It looks like it's going to be a lot more work for the department based on our earlier conversations, at least initially. But then going down the road, much easier. Your proposal seems to help us balance on that fence much better, though it doesn't make the workload easier for the department, but by any means, so, and it would also increase probably significantly the fiscal note. So I think that we have to do something, and I don't know if 4 years is the right period of time, but something to, acknowledge and support those folks who are already in the program, because we did make a commitment to them. And though there's plenty of government programs that end, and that's the way it is, so I don't think it's ever wise to build your financial future on a government program. But at the same time, I can understand we've made commitments to these good, hardworking people, and we ought to acknowledge that. And so I'm I guess somewhat agnostic on the right approach to this, because frankly, I don't have what I feel is the right answer. But I do think we have to do something along that lines. And if that's something that the administration wants to do on their own, separate from the tax committee, okay. But I don't want to leave it to chance.
Okay. I'll represent Terry. I believe you're on mute, Representative Terry.
Sorry, someone was knocking at my door earlier. I apologize. So my first question is actually just a quickie for Senator Pouliot, hopefully. Are you okay with the thresholds, the $2,000 in the governor's proposal versus the $2,500 that we decided on? Did I miss that when I went to go answer my door?
Yeah, for me,
Okay.
that's a non-starter for me. But again, as I prefaced it, I don't want to sound ungrateful. You know what I mean?
Okay, yeah, no, I get it.
And I don't want to
definitely-
lose the fix of the program. So if that
Okay.
means at the end of the day, that's what we have to do, then that's what we have to do. But
Okay. Yeah, no, I feel, I think we all had the conversation prior to this that we were all in favor of the work that was put into 798 a long time ago. So I just wanted to ask perhaps Dr. Allen or Ms. Papadoc, what does it look like if we keep the current program alive for 4 years, phasing things out? So like my concern is I know that it's super confusing to apply for it, but once somebody's applied for it, is it less work over the course of time, or do they have to keep putting the work in to take that credit year after year? Is it a single application process, or is it something that they have to do every year when they file their taxes?
Ms. Papadoc, do you want to respond to that, or?
Hi, so initially the taxpayer fills out the bulk of the paperwork, showing proof of the degree, what the degree is. And they also provide information on student loan payments made, how much was required to be made, et cetera. And each year, of course, your payments may be different. So each year we ask, what did you pay? And, compare it to the benchmark. So each year we need that application, we need the worksheet every single year. Okay. And so if some of these folks go on for another degree, let's say you got your associates, but now you are also paying back your student loan and you went for an advanced degree, bachelor's, you would fill out your paperwork differently. So then we would ask for another piece of a document. So these things can happen, what we don't normally think of, we have these situations pop up.
So it couldn't just be like a single line on your tax form that if you qualified for the opportunity education credit that ended in 2021, you would qualify for this sort of rollout to finish it over 4 years. It would actually be a fair amount of work that the taxpayer would have to do. Yeah. Okay. Got it. Thank you.
Go ahead, Representative Collins.
Thank you, Senator Chipman. A couple things. First, I apologize if I missed this, and I'm asking someone to repeat this, but based on what we're looking at today, would the people in the STEM program actually be affected? Or are we talking about it would be into the next biennium that they would actually be affected? And then second, what really is the cost of the STEM program? Because sometimes I feel we argue over amounts that are so small and insignificant. You know, do we really need to do away with it completely, even if it's incrementally, if we made this commitment? And from what I've understood is that this was a citizens initiative where the voters put this into place. So I have somewhat of a concern about completely just getting rid of it if it was something really very popular by people to help with our education and economic future. So those were two questions I hope someone could answer. Thank you.
Go ahead, Dr. Brown.
I'll take the second one. Yes, you're correct, Representative Collins. It was a citizens referendum that the legislature enacted, but the program that the legislature enacted was far different than the Educational Opportunity Tax Credit program that exists today. There were numerous legislative changes to the program after the initial citizens referendum was enacted. So,
and do you know the amount, what the cost is of that? This with the STEM
program today for STEM graduates? We have an idea.
Yeah. How much should we expend for that average annually or by the biennium?
Again, and this is what's making all of this analysis very complicated at this point. The last year I'll give you is for the 2019 tax year. And the STEM or the refund, this is all refundable credits, STEM and associate's degrees. It was about 19.5 million of the total 30.5 million cost of the program. So about 2/3 was from refundable credits. The reason why we're using 2019 information is because that's the last good year we have. Starting in 2020, immediately after COVID occurred, the federal government automatically put people into deferment on their student loans unless they opted out. And so that was extended to 2021. And at the moment, it's scheduled to sunset May 1st. But I think there is some discussions in Washington about having the president extend that. So in the 2020 tax year, the total program cost us $24 million, which is much less than what it normally would have cost had the pandemic not occurred and that federal program not been in place for deferment. So the most recent data we're getting is not good data on people's student loan burdens and how much the current program is really costing us because of those deferments.
And do you know, based on what we're proposing today, Mr. Allen, if the people currently benefiting from the STEM program, would it even apply to them now, or would we be talking about the impact would be after this period that we're currently in of the budget?
Well, in the governor's proposal, the change would occur for the 2022 tax year.
So
okay. Okay. All right. Thank you.
Dr. Allen, do you know, just have some sense of what it might cost if we were to keep the existing program, close it to new enrollments, but just keep it going for people that are already in it and then ramp it down over 4 years, 25% a year? I mean, have some idea of what that would cost to do that in conjunction with the new program that we'd be starting for everybody?
We don't, and you'd have to tell us what you mean by the continuation of the current program. All of it? Are we just talking about the STEM? Because remember, the current program has credits for associate's degrees, credits for bachelor's degrees, and then there's now a graduate credit that you can get as well. And then if the bachelor's credit is a STEM degree, that's refundable. The graduate credit is only available if you've gone to a main college or university. So are you asking?
Reason why we're fixing this.
Right, right. You know, what is it that we're, you know,
well, I guess I'm asking,
on?
like if say that, you know, we implement this new program and say we did go with the $2,500, it was called for an LD 798 that we passed. How many, what group of people, or how many people that are currently getting this refund under the educational opportunity tax credit are currently getting more than 2,500? In other words, they're going to be at a disadvantage if we end this completely, and would want to continue that for them. I mean, it's going to be some that just switch over and find this other one more advantageous, but there's going to be some people that are going to see less of a benefit, and that's really the ones that are calling us now saying that they're upset. You know,
again,
I mean, you probably don't have that off the top of your head. That I expect you to, but I just trying to get some sense of, you know, how many people we're talking about, and if there's something we can do to kind of slowly ramp this down for them and not just end it all together at once.
Yeah, we do know in the 2019 tax year, again, we're using dated information, and again, it's only because most recent data just isn't all that useful. In 2019, about two-thirds of educational opportunity tax credits were below $2,500.
Okay. So you said 2/3 and below 2,500. Is that what you said?
Correct.
So one third of those getting it today are above the 2,500. So they're the ones that are calling us and saying, "I'm going from 4,000 to 2,000. What's going on?" You know, I mean, I got a couple calls last week about it. Go ahead.
Can I
go, Representative Collins? Go ahead.
Yeah, just wanted to one last thing, and thank you, Mr. Allen, for responding. I wanted to perhaps have maybe Senator Pouliot address this, or other members of the committee, but as we're making a recommendation to send on to the Appropriation Committee for their further consideration and to iron out anything that needs to be done, I just want to get some hopefully consensus on how we move forward and what everyone's comfortable with. I would imagine if we put something out, our best effort as a group here, and ultimately appropriations determine that some things had to be adjusted, it could be adjusted there, but more or less, I mean, we all want this to go forward. So that's not a question. I guess the question would be, how do we want to tinker with the STEM program portion of it? Because I think that's an important component. And I don't really want to really get rid of that, but I just want to see how we can just you know, move forward today in a timely manner and just get this to appropriations. And again, I'm pretty sure that if we vote unanimously this one portion, that appropriations will see that as a bipartisan support and work moving it forward as best as they can to make sure it ultimately, you know, becomes a reality. So what do you think, Senator Pouliot or others?
Well, to be completely frank, I think the best course of action is for us to rip the Band-Aid off and go with the 2,500 for everybody and move forward. It achieves our objectives of being, you know, streamlining the program and so forth. I've had a lot of really compelling conversations with people after the governor made her announcement in the State of the State address, and people started kind of like digging around what's going on with this and so forth. Some really compelling conversations with people about how they've, you know, planned on this, and it's part of their budgeting and projections about how they're going to pay for this stuff. And to me, that's, you know, I think that warrants serious consideration. But like I said before, it's also a benefit that government's providing, which at any time they could say we're not going to do anymore. So I'm torn between the making good on commitments, but also the realization of the fact that, like, what happens if we have a revenue shortfall 2 years from now? We can't afford this program. And someone axes it, you know what I mean? So I'm not like naive enough to believe that this is just going to be here forever. I hope it is, you know, but it also does, we have to have a balanced budget under our Maine state constitution. And if times get tough, that they will, it may be coming for this, you know, and I hope not, but I don't think it's super wise to like plan to pay your bills with, you know, a program that could be changed. So that said, you know, I guess I would prefer to just, you know, in an ideal world, get the people that are getting more of a benefit on board with the fact that this is best way forward for most Maine people and just live with it. But I also recognize that there are people on appropriations committee that are not there and probably won't get there. And for that reason, I would rather we just move forward with us doing 2,500 unanimous, the same as what we've already reported out. And, you know, I don't mean to pass the buck, but really, like, you know, if it's that big of an issue, then approach could determine fiscally how we could pay to grandfather people, you know. But I don't, for all the reasons Dr. Allen just outlined, you know, and how complicated it is, I don't think that we should open up Pandora's box with like trying to figure out a bunch of carve outs. It would almost be easier to just say, for those that are in the STEM cohort, you get 3,500 for the next 4 years instead of 2,500, and then just be done with it, you know, or maybe 2 or 3 years.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying, Senator Pooley. I mean, I had gotten a few phone calls, and I know you've gotten a few, you know, heard from a few people. I heard from one constituent last week who was really distraught about the change being proposed. Had just heard about it, said he's a STEM graduate. His partner's also a STEM graduate. They love living in Maine, and they like living in my district in Portland, but part of the calculation in deciding to stay here was this program, and they're both getting it, and they're both getting like $4,000 a piece. So there's like $8,000 a year that they thought they were going to be able to count on, that they're going to see a substantial reduction, obviously, with the changes. And I want to be responsive to that. And I mean, at the end of the day, we're making a recommendation, you know, and I'm totally on board with the 2,500 aspect of it. But I mean, I'd like to just add some language that does recognize what we've been hearing, and just have some language that says that we would support a gradual, you know, over 3 or 4 years phase out of the existing program, you know, keep that open for only the current enrollees, and have a gradual phase out over a few years of that in our report back. And then approach is going to do what they're going to do, and maybe we'll come up with a better solution between now and the time they decide that. But to have some language that at least recognizes the issue and the need to do something about it. Representative Terry, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the folks that are making this, that are counting on, say, $8,000 a year, are not counting on it being a refundable credit at this point. It's a, you know, they're not getting that money back. This one changes that and makes it so that they can get that money back if their liability allows it. And Senator Pouliot, the other question that I had was, you had mentioned $3,500. I know that a lot of the work that you all put into this in the fall and it had to do with that refundability part of it. Would you be comfortable with still sticking with $2,500 as refundable and $1,000 of that being a credit, you know, non-refundable, that is?
Yeah, well, but the STEM recipients are refundable right now.
Oh, STEM is, that's right. Yeah, sorry, thank you.
These are STEM.
So sorry about my phone. I think if we were to give them a bump of 3,500, it's an acknowledgement that you were heard.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I'd love for this credit to be 5,000 refundable, but it's never going to get there. So, you know, I think that might be a way to thread that needle. Just a suggestion.
Make it a little less expensive. Yeah.
So it would be another $1,000 of non-refundable tax credit for just STEM graduates?
No, refundable.
No.
Because right now they're getting refundable up to Well, it depends what their benchmark is and all that stuff, but a lot of them are getting like 43, 42, 400, you know?
Yeah.
And then if you're a dentist and you're your own employer, I mean, this thing can get up to like 14 grand.
Then you're wiping out the clean slate part of this. You know, if you're going to stick with just the STEM people getting that. Okay. I don't know. I think for me, I think I'm still in the mindset of sending on our recommendations as we had discussed last month. Yeah, I think maybe you might be right about putting this in the hands of approps, you know, maybe with the recommendation that they look into, you know, something to help the people that are feeling like they're getting short-ended on this. But I don't know that we're gonna, like, I just feel like we've done so much work on this already. You've done so much work on this, Senator Pouliot, as well as our other colleagues that were part of this group. It just feels like we're going back down the rabbit hole of making it more complicated again. And I definitely am not interested in that happening. So rough stuff.
I mean, I do think that if this committee could get behind an additional bump for STEM graduates, it wouldn't be like, hey, we ignored this or that we were oblivious to it. You know what I mean? And it would help alleviate some of the fiscal note, because if we go just to grandfathering them in the first year would be pretty substantial, because a lot of them are in the fours, you know, so this would help offset that somewhat. And perhaps it would be 3,500 year one, 3,250 year two, 3,000 or something like that. But you know, again, like you just said, Representative Terry, anything other than just doing 2,500 across the board refundable is a complication of the program, you know. And to that, many of those STEM recipients would say, it wasn't really hard for me to file the paperwork. It took me like 3 hours, and then I'm in the program and now I'm done, which is true. But it's administratively burdensome at the state and all that, which they don't care about. They want their money. So I get it. But maybe some acknowledgement of saying, if you're already in the STEM cohort, we've already got your number, you've been assigned, you're in line, like the deli counter here, you know, waiting to come. And it's easy to give you the money when it comes around. Just acknowledge that you're still making your payments like everybody has to do. And because you're in our STEM cohort already over here, we get the 3,500, and for a period of time, I think we could determine, maybe it's 4 years, maybe it's 2, and for everybody else, it's 2,500 refundable. Both credits refundable, but the STEM cohort a little bit of a bump, because this is what we're trying to, you know, acknowledge that we just want to pull a rug out from under you.
Senator Pouliot, what you're proposing would be all STEM graduates, so not just existing people in the program, but anybody who's a new STEM graduate would get a bump as well?
No, just the one who was already in the system. Okay. Everyone else starting now would get the new 2,500. And then if they were already in college and haven't finished, I'm sorry, but it's a change to the program that we had to make due to fiscal constraints, and that's the way it is. And I don't mean to be so like cavalier about it, or sounding cavalier, but I'm not, but we don't have unlimited resources.
Right. Okay. Go ahead, Representative Bickford.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Senator Pouliot, do you want to make a motion with what you were just outlining?
I want to make sure that Dr. Allen has his hand up and make sure we're tracking the right way.
I just want to ask a question. Maybe Dr. Allen can help with this, but I mean, how would having a bump just for existing STEM graduates that's phased out over time be any less administratively difficult to administer than keeping the current program in place over a few years and phasing it out for existing graduates? I mean, it seems like it's a similar amount of work to do either one. So why wouldn't we keep the existing program in place and ramp it down? So we're not just changing everything on people all of a sudden. Dr. Allen, could you shed any light on that? The administration of the two different sort of options we talked about, with a bump for just existing STEM graduates that would be phased out versus phasing out the existing program over a few years?
Certainly. So let me just make one point too, that I understand that you may be hearing from a lot of people about the STEM credit, which is refundable. But there are also taxpayers that have enough liability to use up $4,300, say, of credit that will now be eligible for a smaller credit under the proposal that you're discussing. So it isn't just about refundability, I guess is what I'm trying to say, and the STEM credit. It's also about people that have a non-refundable credit, but also have a lot of liability that they can utilize. On your question, Senator Chipman, we issued a report. It was late, which I apologize for, but I think we sent it out about a week or so ago. We had an independent contractor do a study of as required by law, of the Educational Opportunity Tax Credit Program. And what that report showed is that the participation rate, the take-up rate that was discussed in LD 2009 is only 40% for University of Maine or University of Maine system grads or Maine Community College system grads. That's what we were focused on. So that's a pretty low take-up rate, 40%. And the reason that the researcher concluded for that is that it's so complicated. Yes, it's administratively difficult for MRS, but you're not getting the participation in the program because for the taxpayer, it's very complicated to understand whether they qualify for it and to then apply for it. And many people are just opting out. The beauty of the simplicity of the new program really is that this should be straightforward for taxpayers. And the other thing that I would point out too is don't underestimate just changing the name. Educational Opportunity Tax Credit, I don't think people understand what that means when they're going through their tax return and seeing, the main tax return and seeing what credits are available. Just renaming it something that's clear, student loan repayment tax credit, will hopefully trigger in somebody's mind, oh, I've got a student loan repayment. Let me see if I can take advantage of this. All of those, I think, are just key factors in getting more people to participate. And yes, it will certainly help MRS administratively, but I think the most important thing we're trying to do here is make sure that those people that are eligible are taking advantage of this and getting that benefit.
So Dr. Allen, you said just a few minutes ago when we were talking about this, that it's a third of the current people in the program would get a larger benefit under the current program than the new program?
A third, in 2019, a third of the recipients had a credit of less than $2,500.
Credit of less, so it's 2/3 that would be at a disadvantage under the new program versus the old one?
I guess at $2,500, which is Senator Pouillard's proposal, 2/3 of the recipients wouldn't see any change in their benefit. Right, they were getting $2,500 or less before, they'd be getting $2,500 or less.
So a third would see a change. So in other words, for a third of them, it'd be advantageous to be in the current program versus going to the new program. So there'd be at a disadvantage, a third of them. So was a third of what number? I mean, what number are we talking about that are in it currently?
In 2019, it was just under 15,000 taxpayers.
So it'd be about 5,000 people. And if we did a ramp down over 4 years, it would be less and less because they would see that this new program is more beneficial than the old one as the ramping goes down. I mean, all right, go ahead, Representative Collins. Are you? No. Oh, you're all set. Okay. So what do folks want to do?
I'm usually pretty decisive, but this one's been really hard for me for a while. I mean, I think one thing that we could do would be to increase the amount for STEM, but like Dr. Allen said, some people have a lot of carryover and so forth. So it's very hard to do everybody's, taxes in tax committee. So, it's so hard to say. There's so many nuances, I think if we're going to do something, we just have to keep it simple and pick an amount that's more that kind of acknowledges and respects the fact that people made these decisions while also being something that we can afford, so we don't lose everything, you know? That's my fear. My fear is that this gets too approach and we get nothing because we spent too much time dwelling on a third of people, which are important and need to be acknowledged, but at the same time, the way that it's structured, they aren't themselves standing in the way, but the structure is standing in the way of progress. And that to me that's very concerning. And I wouldn't want to lose all of the great work that we've done in a bipartisan way over that.
I hear what you're saying, Senator Pouliot. I hear what you're saying. Go ahead on your turn.
If the committee would just indulge me for just a minute, I think what I would like to point out that yes, there are the 5,000 people that may see a reduced benefit, but there are also an estimated 40,000 people who are going to be able to take the credit, who the credit is not available to currently. And this, the existing credit is a one-of-a-kind program across the country. This will be even more so with the expanded eligibility.
Go ahead, Representative Collins.
Yeah, in light of what Mr. Allen just highlighted, we're talking about maybe more like 5,000 people. So I think that's really what we're addressing now is 5,000 people. And what is a fair thing to do to sort of phase them out and get them in, you know, whatever this new system is. I don't have the exact answer, but I don't know if we just want to go with what Senator Pouliot said, if that's the fairest thing, but I just think we should move this to appropriations and really, I mean, I don't want to mess up getting 40,000 people some sort of assistance. So I don't know what's the easiest way to meet these people halfway in the middle. I guess Mr. Allen didn't have the exact answer. I mean, just on the fly either, but I just would like to move this forward. And I don't know if anyone has a proposal to meet these people somewhere in the middle to phase them out. Yeah, I want to move this to appropriations.
Thank you for that, Representative Collins. Go ahead, Representative Bickford.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I like what Representative Collins just was saying. Keeping this simple is going to give us the best chance of keeping it and putting it through appropriations. So I would be inclined to either leave it at 2,000 or move it up to 2,500 and not do any other changes to it, just to keep it as simple as we can when it goes to the appropriations process.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying, Representative Bickford. I mean, I'm not sure I can support that. And I know people have other things they got to do this afternoon, and we probably shouldn't spend, you know, another hour on this because approach is going to do what they're going to do. And we know that there's people there that are concerned about just pulling the rug out from underneath the people that are in this program. And I share that concern. I mean, even if it's 5,000 people or if it's 2,000 people, I mean, we're literally pulling the rug out from underneath them on something they've been getting. And I don't want to throw the baby out with the bathwater, but I think everybody is on board with the change and the new program. And I don't think it jeopardizes that. If we have a couple of different options, should we say, for how to address the people that are currently in the program and whether to grandfather them or not. I mean, I like the ramp down because I think that if we try adding a bump for just STEM graduates, and some people have a lot of carry forward, and what's that going to do to it? What's the fiscal note going to be? It's going to be a lot of additional work to administer that as well. But I think administering a credit to people that are currently getting it to 5,000 people that gets phased out over 4 years is not impossible to do. And I think there might be some additional cost, obviously, but I think that's the fairest thing to do, given that these folks are in the program right now and they were counting on a certain amount of the credit that we're now going to be taking away from them. So, Representative Bickford, do you have something additional?
I do. Just a process question, I guess. So if we pass this to appropriations and then it comes to the floor and we vote on the supplemental budget, okay, then Senator Pouliot's bill that we voted on already in committee and put that out. When that gets to the floor afterwards and we vote on it and we approve it in both the House and Senate, what happens? Which one takes priority? I mean,
Well, his bill would go to the table and the table would probably say, we've already done that in the budget. We don't need to fund this, and it would just stay on the table is my guess.
I was just going to say, we can recommend, again, as we discussed at one point or another, that we move this in with the numbers from Senator Pouliot's bill. Yeah.
798.
Okay. I think that's a wise idea. And I think, it'd be nice to see somebody move that in.
I will make that motion.
And I will second.
So Julie, I'm making the motion to move into the budget, to the supplemental budget, the job creation through educational opportunity program as written by Senator Pooley. I'm sorry, I can't remember the number. Was it 798?
Yeah.
Yeah, 798.
So there's a motion by Representative Terry and seconded by Representative Bickford to move into the budget, Part H, but using the language of LD 798.
Correct.
For that, which obviously is a $2,500 credit and everything else that was in LD 798. And does the motion include anything about grandfathering, or are you leaving that out?
It does not at this time. No.
All right.
I'm hopeful that that will happen at one time or another. But I think that we've kicked this around for an hour. And I think that we are not the final decision maker on this. I am 100% positive that folks in Approps are listening to this. And they see where we're trying to go here. We're trying to help everybody. But as we don't have the purse strings in this committee, and they do, hopefully they will be able to come up with something that's beneficial for those folks.
Okay. Well, if it doesn't include the grandfathering, I mean, I'll probably support an alternative proposal.
That's totally okay.
Exactly what you proposed with the grandfathering of a 4-year ramp down. Just so that the language is in there so that folks can know that we talked about it and that was one of the options that we discussed. I mean, it may not be what we submit, but that's fine. I just want to recognize that. So, I mean, I did express this at the work session on Senator Pouliot's bill, and they did ultimately vote for it, but was concerned about it in the sense of heard from a few constituents, and I do want to have something back to that. So go ahead, Senator Pouliot.
Right. So if we did, as a legislature, if we did, $1,000 extra for the STEM folks for a period of time, I guess maybe 3 or 4 years, it's an extra $5 million a year. So I think that if I'm doing my math right, if I'm not, somebody correct me. But anyway, so if we did that, it would be an acknowledgement and it would cover that group. The concern I have about the ramp down, Senator Chipman, is the administrative piece of that. Like, oh, you're in year 1, so we ramp you down to this. And I think it would be more complex. So I would just propose that we do the extra 1,000 for the next 3 years. And then we have if constituents say something, it's like you're getting an additional $1,000 over what others are getting because, you're in the STEM cohort. So
what you're suggesting is an extra 1,000 for just existing STEM graduates that are in the program.
Only ones that are currently in the program, currently being tracked, And that so there isn't this filing. And when it comes through MRS, and of course I'm probably grossly oversimplifying this, but the tag in their system would be, oh, this person gets an extra 1,000 because they're in our system. And again, I'm probably grossly oversimplifying it, but, and then for everybody else not, it has the new name that Dr. Allen talked about. It's simple. And it also covers them. I just kind of feel like that might be the best way to go. And I'm wondering what you think about that, Representative Terry.
Well, based on what Ms. Papaduck said earlier, it's still going to be, that's going to keep everybody complicated because it's not everybody, it's everybody plus STEM folks. So it sounded to me from what she was saying earlier that if we switch from this proposal, then we're complicating the formula again. And we worked so hard to make it so simple.
Yeah. All right.
So Senator Pouliot, with the extra 1,000, would that be refundable like the 2,500 would be? It'd just be another 1,000 of refundable to existing STEM graduates only? And would that be phased out over time, or would that just go?
No, I would put a date on it that it would sunset, and I wouldn't try to do a step down or a phase out or anything like that. I would just be like, it's through there. If it's out 4 years or even 3 years, it's enough runway for people to prepare for it financially, you know? And
yeah, I hear what you're saying. I mean, I think that's probably simpler and easier, and I'd feel better about that. I mean, they'd be getting 3,500, and what is the maximum some of the STEM graduates get now? 4,000, or is it 5,000?
well, like he said, it depends on their situation.
So Dr. Allen, what's the maximum that the STEM graduate gets currently under the current program? Is it 5,000?
Heather, what is it for this year? About $4,300 for the bachelor's?
I'm sorry, 4164 this year.
That's the maximum? Okay. So if that's the maximum, then what Senator Pouliot, go ahead.
I'm sorry, that was per taxpayer. So that if you have married filing jointly both qualifying, that would double.
Yeah. So
Still do that with the new program though.
But that's just for a bachelor's degree. That's the maximum credit you can receive. And if it's a STEM degree, it's refundable. But you can also get a graduate school degree that allows you for a non-refundable credit of, how much is that, Heather? About another $3,000 or so?
Looks like 3888.
In addition?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
You'd have to have some pretty serious income though to get into that kind of a tax liability as an individual for the state of Maine.
Yeah, and they're not as in need, certainly, if they have that kind of income. So I think that's probably a good way to go, Senator Pouliot, an extra 1,000 of refundable credit in addition to the 2,500 for existing STEM graduates only, maybe with a 4-year sunset, if you're fine with that.
Ms. Papadoc, does that confuse things quite a bit?
So I just want to mention about refundability. The first 5 years of the program, there was no refundability, but then in the 6th year, there was STEM degree refundability for associates and bachelor degrees. The next 3 years, after the next 3 years, the program changed yet again to say, okay, for the bachelor's degrees that are STEM, you'll get refundability. The associate degrees, it doesn't matter if you're STEM or not STEM, you're going to get refundable. You're going to get a refundable credit. And so after that point, once we see an associate degree, we no longer make that distinction. We don't capture in the worksheet. We don't do anything with it. We just say, oh, it's an associate's degree. So we have a pool of several years of associate degrees where we have not delineated between STEM and non-STEM. And so it's all going to depend on the wording that will determine just how more and more difficult this gets.
You have any thoughts on that, Senator Pouliot?
Not really. I mean, again, it's anything other than 2,500 is going to be more complicated. Let's just face it. You know, I think we have to decide as a legislature whether we want to tell 5,000 people in Maine, too bad. I'm sorry, but you're still getting something. It's just not the full amount, or not. I mean, I'm opposed to saying that. That's what we decide to do.
In terms of the wording, like who's a STEM graduate, do we just say anybody that has a STEM degree, even if they have other degrees, they have a STEM degree, they get the extra 1,000? Or, I mean, what's the way to kind of keep it simple?
Well, I mean, are the people tagged in your system or are they not? You know, if they're already tagged, it's like, I don't know, you know, okay, they're tagged as a STEM person. You get 3,500. You're not tagged as a STEM person. You get 2,500.
Yeah, so the associate folks, where it no longer mattered whether they were STEM or non-STEM, we just saw the 2-year degree. So we didn't even ask them, is it STEM or is it not STEM? We saw a 2-year degree. So we don't have those for the last 6 years. We don't have those tagged.
Well, they're not going to have the kind of debt, though, that people that have graduate or bachelor's degrees. So if it's an associate degree, whether they're STEM or not, I guess I'm not as concerned because they won't have as much debt as other people. So if they're tagged as STEM in your system, I'd say that's who would get the extra 1,000 and just keep it simple.
Well, some of the folks who have 2-year degrees, they will go on to get a 4-year degree. And maybe the 4-year degree is not refundable, but the credits earned through the 2-year degree are part of their associate's degree. So that part's refundable. And so we need to do all these prorations. And so, again, this is a very difficult credit to administer.
Do you have any suggestions for language for people that we could give the extra 1,000 to that would lose this third of people that would be at a disadvantage under the new program?
I think I'm going to defer. I'll defer.
Yeah, go ahead.
Ms. Pop, may I ask one question, ma'am? Don't you know who these? Don't you have it recorded somewhere who these 5,000 people are in their database? And can't there be a way to find a way to communicate with them to make this, to streamline this, to make it work?
Okay, so the folks who are currently receiving over a certain threshold, can we identify those folks?
Yeah.
I think we probably would be able to identify the return. And once we get into the return, we can identify which person qualifies for the higher amount, because not all taxpayers are going to have the same amount. Some are going to have a higher amount, some are going to have a lower amount, some have exactly the same because they max out. So we would have to identify, and then on those joint returns, do we allow the taxpayer a higher amount?
Yeah, I mean, couldn't it be there an option that if there's a way to just communicate with these people that if you want to get this extra $1,000, you know, here's how you would do it. So they would really have to kind of take the initiative to go about and do it.
We would probably use our systems to ask, then confirm. I have to think a little bit more on that.
I mean, is that something that's like all in the data and you can like extract it and like, boom, you got a list? Or is that just like literally having to go one by one through and trying to find that information?
I think we can segregate out the EOTC, the returns that have claimed an EOTC credit. From there, the 14, 15,000, we'll get the list of those folks. But I think maybe we have some folks who maybe can do that, but I don't want to commit to that.
Okay, thank you.
Go ahead, Representative Carmichael.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I support trying to capture them other people, but I think we're in trying to do that, we're defeating the purpose of Senator Pouliot's bill and simplifying it. We're taking the simple part and making it complex again, and we're adding a lot of work to the research and going through all them returns and figuring out who that is, even in a general way, seems like it's adding a lot of work. And although I do kind of favor if we can put it back onto the taxpayer to initiate that, but still then they gotta go in and reconcile it to make sure that it's true. I mean, I just wish we could find a way to keep the simple part, keep it streamlined, and move it ahead so that we can, have the best chance of getting this off the table and, benefiting the people with it.
Go ahead.
I'd like to add that, the payments can change year to year. We had a relaxation in the federal government allowed a relaxation in the payments. In order to know which people are hitting this threshold, we would want a date certain, as on whatever tax year, if they exceeded a certain amount, because their payments go up and down, they refine them. These are not static these are not static payments. And so they might have a higher credit one year and they have a much lower credit the other year. So we would need on a date certain, they exceeded an amount. We need some very specific language. We cannot say during your entire time of having the EOTC, you exceeded. We need a date certain. On tax year 2021, you exceeded, or whatever you folks come up with.
I just would like to say at this point that I think we've worked as hard as we can to try to be fair here. But as I know Senator Pouliot looks to me sometimes for advice, and I told him before that don't let perfect be the enemy of good. And so I want to take my own advice. And so I think that if we stick with our chair, Representative Terry's original motion, we can at least move this forward. And in the meantime, I do want to kind of work on an amendment, which I just discussed here about these 5,000 people and an easy way to get the data. But I don't in all confidence feel that I have a motion I can make that could ensure that it would happen. And I don't think the state can ensure that there's a guaranteed way to do that at this moment that we're discussing. So I think I might be more in favor of just going with Representative Terry's motion. And in the meantime, if we could find a way to make it work, what we just discussed the past hour or so, we can surely bring it up to appropriations and others in the legislature. So at this point, I think this might be the most prudent thing to do. But that's my opinion.
Okay. Seeing no additional hands up, we do have a motion on the table, and then Senator Pouliot made a suggestion about an extra bump, but it sounds like it's hard to determine who would get that. I guess is the question. So I don't know if you have any additional thoughts, Senator Pouliot, because I'd like to support something that does recognize.
Yeah, well, I'm just concerned about this not being unanimous, like opening up Pandora's box and approach and then torpedoing the whole thing. I mean, that's just my only concern. Otherwise, I'll just go with Chair Terry's recommendation and move forward. It's more of an effort to get you on board than it is anything, because I can live with the fallout of 5,000 saber rattlers for a period of time to move things forward in an equitable fashion for more Maine people.
Well, I don't think, Representative Terry didn't want to have anything additional about grandfathering people in. And I don't think having, two votes, one that supports what the governor's proposed, except going with 2,500 as your bill calls for, and one that calls for that as well, as something that helps the existing graduates that are going to be at a disadvantage. Both votes would be saying their support enacting basically 798. It's just one's recognizing we need to do something for those that are going to be at a disadvantage. I don't think it's going to torpedo 798. I think there's a lot of support for that. So just my thoughts, but we've got a motion on the table that has been made. Do you have anything else, Representative Collins? So I guess we'll vote on that. All those in favor of that motion?
All right, Julie, you ready?
Yes, please.
Well, Representative Terry made the motion, then Bickford seconded it, and then Carmichael, Pouliot, Steckus, and Collins.
All those opposed? I'm not opposed, but I'm not in favor of this particular motion. So I guess my report would be exactly what's in this motion, just with some additional language that we slowly phase out the existing program over 4 years, the 25% ramp down each year for only people who are currently in that program. I think that's the simplest, but probably difficult maybe to administer, but the simplest way to figure this out at this point, and recognize an approach will take this up again and maybe do something different to help those folks. But just want to get that out there. So it would be for everything that was in the previous motion with a 4-year phase out of the existing program as opposed to ending it abruptly and the 25% reduction each of those years till it's phased out. And there's time for other people to vote. Representative Terry actually wasn't here to vote, but she's going to want to vote for it, obviously, and others. So we'll have till 12 noon on Friday to get votes in. We have one more item, I believe, Julie, if you want to walk us through that.
Before I do that, I just want to make sure Representative Terry's not here, but if I'm recalling correctly, when you refer to the Terry motion, I believe it was to move in as what the committee was recommending on LD 798. No changes, just that.
Yeah, it was to move in the language from 798 and the threshold to 2,500, everything else that's in that. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
All right, so I think we have one more item to take up.
You do. You've come around full circle. The final item is Part L, which is the language relating to the COVID pandemic relief payment. I think you probably already discussed most, if not all, of the issues related to that. I'm not sure whether you feel like when you were voting on the allocation language, you discussed all of that. I'm not sure if there's anything in addition that needs to be added to.
I don't think so, but I mean, where we had a split vote in terms of the thresholds, do we need to have a different vote for those that wanted the lower thresholds, or are we fine with this the way it is and that is not an issue? Because the lower thresholds would mean less money at least going out for checks. I guess I'm asking you, Julie. Hey, Julie.
I'm sorry, I was looking at what you had talked about earlier. Ask me your question again.
Well,
I'm
my
sorry.
question is that, we've got this amount of 411 million, and there were a few of us that voted for lower threshold, would mean less money being sent out for checks. So do we need to vote differently on this language as well to reflect that, or do we not need to have a different vote on this language?
Well, I mean, the thresholds would need to be part of this language if you're providing lower thresholds. So that is where this would go. You mention it when you back on the Part A allocation language because it does affect the amount, but the language, the suggestion of changes in the threshold, that language would occur in Part L.
Okay. Well, Dr. Allen, you've got your hand up.
I just wanted to clarify something you just said, Senator. So the governor identified $411 million and then based on those income thresholds determined that the amount per check payment was going to be $510. So are you thinking still $411 million, but different income thresholds, so the payment amount will be higher, or are you reducing the 411?
Well, I'm just wondering if the 411 needs to be reduced because the alternative thresholds would mean less money gets paid out. So the checks would still be $510 that were part of that motion that I and a couple others supported, but it would probably be about 340 million by my calculations that would actually be sent out in checks, and the other 72 million would be used for these additional priorities that we had language for. So do we need to have another vote on that, or does the 411 cover the 340 plus the 72 and we're fine, it just gets allocated differently? I guess is what I'm wondering. Go ahead, Representative Bickford.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, if we're gonna talk about this or make a motion on it, I think the majority report that we had is on page 22 under heading number 2, COVID pandemic relief payment. I think the only change we wanted was under B, it says beginning on or after July 1st, 2022, but not later than December 31st. We want to strike that by saying not later than July 31st, the assessor shall make a $510 relief payment.
Okay.
I think that's the only change we had on the majority report, and others can correct me if I'm
Yeah.
wrong.
Well, and then, but then there were a few of us that also wanted different thresholds, but not have the time frame as well. So I mean,
That's correct, and you can make your own report with that. But
Yeah,
that,
it
as far as
seems
I
like-
know, that was our report.
Okay, so Part L would basically have to have 3 separate reports to reflect the votes that we took on the initial item on this. And those that wanted to cut off a time frame of when the checks get sent out would be on one report. And those that didn't want the cutoff but want to accept the governor's proposal would be on another report. Myself and those that voted with me on the lower thresholds without the cutoff, the time frame would be on a third report. So
I believe so, yeah.
do we need to vote on that formally, Julie, or can that be understood with the vote that we took previously in terms of how this Part L gets handled?
I understand. Whether you want to take a separate vote is up to you.
Is there an appetite for another vote? It doesn't seem like we need to. So let's just say that we're in agreement and consensus that in terms of how to deal with Part L, that it will be in conjunction with how everybody voted on the previous item, which I think was under Part A, number 1, item 1. And this would just be to reflect that in terms of how the funding is allocated and when. All right. So is there anything else we need to vote on, Julie? I mean, I think the rest is just all the language that goes along with the items.
You've gotten to the end. There's nothing you haven't voted on, I don't think.
Well, I'm just looking at the 3-ring binder. The rest just looks like all the charts and language. So I don't think we need to vote on that.
Yeah, the charts at the beginning and the actual provisions in the budget are after it. There's nothing in there that you haven't already voted on.
All right. Is there anything else you have for us? Any language review or anything else we need to know before we adjourn for the day?
Not today, no.
All right. So I guess
When are we
we're
back?
well.
When are
So
we back, Senator?
yeah, we've finished all the days we're approved to vote for, but we did vote to table the energy bill, and I think we're going to need to ask to meet someday next week to take that up again. I think that's the only item we have left.
That's all we have left?
Yeah, I believe so. Right, Julie? Yeah, I
I
think
thought
that's
we
it.
had 2 more bills coming.
Those are the ones that you heard yesterday
Oh,
and worked today, 2010 and
All right.
2009. I'm not aware of any bills beyond that are headed in our direction.
Thank you.
And that otherwise you have voted on everything except for the one that you tabled today.
The energy bill. Yeah, that was
Yeah, that's
LD
2010.
Yeah. All right. So yeah, so we'll probably be meeting, I'm guessing someday next week, whatever we get approved for a day to meet to just deal with that bill. But other than that, we're all set for today. So we'll go ahead and adjourn the Committee on Taxation and
Make
see
sure
you
to
guys
take
tomorrow.
all your swim lessons. We'll need them over at the State House. Have
All
a
right.
good one.
All right. See you later, everyone.
Thank you.
Might not,